A pleasant good morning and indeed welcome to CJC Online and to our YouTube visitors. Thanks for joining. And for those who are here on Zoom, we are very happy that you are here and a part of our discussion. This is the Hiram S. Walters Health Summit and Research Conference 2024. This is the research conference aspect of our program, and we are very happy that you are here. Now, we have a packed program for you, and we are looking forward to indeed learning, growing, looking at current research topics and seeking to find out how it impacts our health. And of course, under our theme, My Health, My Choice, God's Delight. We are indeed happy for all the research presenters who will be here today. Our full cadre is not possible due to technical issues with the change of date due to Hurricane Beryl. We did have some individuals who were not able to make it today, and there were some who are still trying, but with technical issues and difficulties within their locale, they may not be able to join. But nevertheless, we do have a strong lineup of research, and we're looking forward to having a wonderful day as we speak about health, look at research, where we are now, and how we can better improve our health. I am Dr. Cameron Douglas, Health Ministry Director for Central Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, and indeed, we are happy that you are here. At this time, we are going to just bow our heads, ask the Lord's blessing and guidance on today's proceedings, and then after which I will introduce the greetings from our conference administrator. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, Lord, we are indeed grateful and thankful for your goodness and your blessings towards us. We ask that as we come, that you will be with us, that you'll guide us, direct us, be with all the research presenters. We pray that indeed we will learn how to better take care of our health, to glorify you with this body temple. We ask that you will guide and direct us and help us as we go through this session. We pray in Jesus' name, amen and amen. To bring us greetings on behalf of Central Jamaica Conference of Seventh-day Adventists is our Executive Secretary, Pastor Howard Grant Langley. At this time, we invite Pastor Grant to now bring greetings as we commence our research conference for 2024.
Thank you very much, Dr. Douglas. Good morning, everyone. This morning, on behalf of our President, Pastor Barrett, our Treasurer, Elder Roxwell Lawrence, and the rest of the Directorate of the Central Jamaica Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, also Vice President, Pastor Everett Smith, it is indeed a privilege to welcome each and everyone to this platform. The H.S. Walters Health Summit is one of our staple programs here in Central Jamaica Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, as we seek to offer great advice on health, if I could use that term, or seek to share with the world what as Seventh-day Adventists we think about health or we know about health. And today, this research aspect of the summit is one that is filled with great Adventist researchers, persons whom are experts in their fields. And I do hope and pray that as we listen to the varied presenters today, then we will recognize, as the scripture says, that it is God's desire that we prosper and be in good health. And so this morning, on behalf of the Central Jamaica Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, we'll welcome each and everyone to this platform. We welcome our researchers, we welcome our presenters. And by what we saw yesterday at the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Sydenham, then we know that today is just the icing on the cake as we top off this weekend. Have a good and godly day as we learn more about our health, how to make better choices, and realize that our health is designed by God to be one that takes us into long life one that may even take us to the second coming of Christ. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor Grant. Our keynote speaker for today's event is Dr. Morton Anthony Frankson. Now, Dr. Frankson was born in Kingston, Jamaica, and he has lived in all parts of the Eastern Jamaica, Surrey County, and now he lives in Manchester, Mandeville. He went to the St. Mary High School and Kingston College, KC. He's a medical graduate of UWI and also of London University of Public Health. He has served as a medical officer with Lower Jamaica in the late 1970s and early 1980s. He has also served as the Director of Health and Temperance Department with West Indies Union Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, 1980 and 1981. He has also served as Medical Officer of Health and co-manager USAID Fund Primary Health Care Project with the Development Relief Agency in Trenchtown, Jamaica from 1982 to 1988. He has also worked as general practitioner at a public health program evaluator and manager in both Jamaica and United States. Later, he became the chief medical officer for the government of Turks and Caicos Islands from 2004 to 2006. He has also served with the University of West Indies as a health research science lecturer in epidemiology, biostatistics, community health, and medical humanities. He has also supervised over 150 doctors of medicine, the DM degree research projects, mostly in family medicine, as well as several other pertaining to training in various other healthcare professionals at the undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate levels to the successful completion during the period 2006 to 2024. He has co-authored several specific publications, the first antibiotic booklet for the Princess Margaret Hospital in Nassau, Bahamas. He serves presently as NCU campus physician and Director of Research and Statistics at NCU since August 2023. He serves also as the president of the Bioethics Society of the English-speaking Caribbean. He also serves as the current chairperson for the National Mirror Committee, volunteering with the Bureau of Standards of Jamaica. Founding instructor and consultant to the Advent Health Volunteers Association in Jamaica since 1978. He's married to Maris Yvette Frankson, and they have their son, Gregory, who lives in Florida. Indeed, we're very, very happy to have the distinguished doctor and gentleman to present to us our keynote address on, of course, my health, my choice, God's delight. At this time, we welcome Dr. Morton Frankson, Director of Research and Statistics at Northern Caribbean University. Dr. Frankson, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It is a delight to be here. I'm speaking to you here from the conference room of the Hilltop Hotel in Mandeville, which is a hotel sponsored by Northern Caribbean University. And it is my pleasure. I give God thanks for a new graces and mercies every day. I understand that I have a few minutes with you this morning, and to redeem the time, I'm even going to try to make my talk a little shorter so that we get back on time, on track. But that's going to be a big task for me because I'm not known as a person who is good at that. What I love to do is talk. You can ask most of my friends about that. And I love to talk in the way of talking about God. So I would like to ask us to look at a title this morning: Trust, Peace, and Love. Trust, peace, and love. I look at Psalm chapter 2, and I look from verses 10 to 12, and it tells me there, now therefore be wise, O kings. Be instructed, you judges of the earth. And I pause to say that our panel, our guests here today, I look at you as kings and queens, as royalty, a royal priesthood. So this text is actually talking about all of us. It's telling us to be wise, O royalty. And you know, I can back you up even stronger with if I go to we're not just royalty, but we are a peculiar people, a holy, a set apart people, you know, have a special purpose that God has filled with praise and with great plans for us. So it goes on in Psalms chapter 2, verses 10 to say, be instructed, you judges of the earth. And you are here today to be instructed. It's talking, of course, about being instructed in all of what the Bible has to say. But you know, we are going to, in this seminar today, expand in just one aspect of all of what God has to say, because he wants us, he says in 3 John 2, to prosper and be in health even as we prosper. So God definitely has great plans for us to be restoring us to what he had set up with Adam and Eve as the first king and queen of this earth, to have rulership, dominion we call it, rulership over this earth. And what a beautiful story it is at first before there's a sad part that it turns to. But if you just focus on the beautiful part, that will bless you every day, that God gave us the opportunity to live and to live with 0% mortality rate. A mistake was made and the coin has been flipped, and now we live with 100% mortality rate. Every human being so far has been not able to pass death, except for 1 or 2 exceptions in the Bible. But there are few, but those are so small that if you take the total population of this earth and you even minus those few, you would still get 0.0000 something another. And you just round it off to 1 decimal place and it's 0.0. The mortality has been, the eternal rate, the eternity rate has been 0 so far. And the mortality, 100%. This should wake us up. This should make us want to run wherever we can to hear about what God has to tell us, because it sounds, I know if there was a pandemic that had 100% mortality rate and Ebola approaches something coming near there, but not quite as bad. And there are worse viruses than Ebola, you know? So thank God that they're being contained so far. But I know what happens when these things happen, when you have 100% or nearing 100%, even 50% mortality. The whole resources of the civilized world gets dedicated to them. Well, why do we not have that same fervor in the whole world when it comes to the one that is 100% mortality? And it's a quite a big problem with a little name, S-I-N, sin. Being detached from God is what it really means, and therefore at enmity with God. God being the only source of life, because life is no simple thing. Everyday life is a miracle. But God being the only source of life, you detach yourself from God, and you only live by his grace and mercy until you finally die. That's the work of the devil. We sometimes attribute the acts of the devil as acts of God. but we are wrong to do that. God expects us to realize, to be instructed, we are told there in verse 10 of Psalm chapter 2. We are the ones needing instruction because he calls us next judges of the earth. You know, the Psalms are quite bold. There's even a place in the Psalms where we are called gods, lowercase g, of course, meaning we are judges. We are doing the functions. We're functionaries of God's intention for us. God, the judge of all judges. And we too are judges. I tell you, sometimes a patient walks in, and as they walk through the door, I have finished judging that they have a thyroid problem. Sometimes I look, I don't even have to have them through the door. I peep through the door and I see that they're in serious problem, but they don't realize it. I had a fellow once at the university hospital. He came in, he had a little cut on his shin, but the cut had gone into his bone. And it looked like a tiny 1/4 inch cut. I was a medical student at the time, but as I kept visiting to gain more experience in what we used to call the casualty department those days, now called the accident and emergency department, he was to become a casualty. In the long wait, he came from early in the morning. He was always sidelined and put to wait in the chairs because he only had a little cut. And to cut a long story short, by the night he went into cardiac arrest. He had bled out, his blood volume trickled slowly out of the marrow of his bone, his tibia, slowly, unnoticed and neglected badly by us who were there. I was a student, but those who were licensed physicians, nurses, etc., missed the mark. We sinned. That's what sin means. Hamartia is the Aramaic word for it. It means you missed the mark. We missed the mark. And the death of that young man was due to our shortcomings, our lack of being instructed in how serious, simple-looking things can be. So the simple act that Adam and Eve did, seemingly simple, has led to 100% mortality. Life is complex. There's nothing about life that is simple. Nothing about life that is simple. A common cold that you get is a set of viruses that, because of our sinful condition, was actually trying to take over without any care for us and would have killed us if God did not infuse us with a well-designed immune system that would learn the nature of the virus and gradually build proteins that would attack it and would get it out of our bodies. It would have killed us, that simple cold. In fact, that's how a lot of elderly people die. A simple cold, and then their immune system is so diminished that they just rest in peace. So we need to be instructed because we are dealing with something way bigger than we really know we are handling. This business of life and saving people. And the opposite, death. Hopefully, because of Jesus and accepting Jesus, death will be just looked upon as a comma in the sentence of life. A death that we would even want to refer to, since we see a blessed hope that is far beyond that death, a death that we would refer to as sleep, but not sleep for everyone. Because as you move on in Psalm chapter 2, it says here in verse 11, serve the Lord with fear and rejoice with trembling. In other words, respectfully rejoice, because you're not dealing with your compatriot, you are dealing with the giver of life, the only one who has any solution to the sin problem, the only one who planned the solution long before he even made the earth. So careful and so responsible is he as a parent that he really showed family planning. Before he even created the earth, he had a solution in case things messed up. And when they did, the devil was surprised, but none of God and his faithfuls were, because he just unfolded the plan. And the plan was one of love. The plan was one of the ultimate in love. So loved the world that he gave his only begotten life, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, reversing the 100% mortality, the actual answer to this pandemic of pandemics, but should have eternal life. But I read on, because that chapter is sweet. It's not the only chapter that really registers these points that I'm making, but it's the one that we have time for this morning. It says here, serve the Lord with fear and rejoice with trembling. And then verse 12 says, kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish in the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all those who put their trust in him. It was a real act of love and kindness and respect for the men of David's day and so forth. And even today in the Middle East, to go up and just kiss each other on both cheeks. And it's part of the culture. Not a part of our culture, but you know, if that came back, I would think that that might even help us to understand that to be loving as men to men doesn't make you gay, doesn't make you perverted. It makes you Christian. And to be respectful and loving as men to women and women to men and women to women. Well, women are far more willing to kiss each other on the cheek. So much more fluid is their relationship and their socialization than us with our rigidness. But that must be understood in the same way that we are to, well, you know, when Jesus, when the Lord, when God, part of the triune creatorship that made this earth in Genesis chapter 1 and 2, we're told that he kneeled over and he breathed into the man that he had just made, the breath of life. The actual thing actually comes in, and Dr. Douglas, who is also a pastor, can verify this with me. The actual thing can be translated as he kissed Adam. He kissed him and blew his breath, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and man became a living being, a full soul, a unity of spirit, socialization. It was not good for him to be alone, so he was hurriedly provided with a mate from his own total tissue, physical and mental. He was a total package. He was the package that was the most perfect. I wish I have another occasion when I could tell you how I think God made man. I think he made him one cell, and then he divided that cell all in that Friday after that sixth day into two cells. Then from 2 to 4 to 4 to 8 to 8 to 16 to 16 to 32 to 32 to 64 to 64 to 128 to 128 to 250 and so forth to 1024 to 2048 to 5000 and so on. You see, in just a few steps, he made it and ended up with trillions of cells. For us, as we carry a baby in the womb, it takes us months. God did that multiplication in one afternoon, not even the whole afternoon, a fraction of the afternoon. But that's the nature of the God that we serve. In fact, I have to tell you the truth. I really wouldn't be impressed to serve a God who couldn't make me in one day or in less than a day. No, that's a God I want to serve, who could actually bring a whole, full soul, body, mind, spirit, and social in together, and even perform a little wedding ceremony that afternoon. The sweetest wedding ceremony I heard. Angels were there, etc. But I press on with that same verse because that same verse says that we should get familiar with God. We should really get in love with God. We should love him up because he's willing to love us up. In fact, he not only loved us up, he laid down his life for us. Now, that is love. You know, when you go to Ephesians, we are asked as husbands to lay down our lives for our wives. You know, young people, if that man would lay down his life for you, maybe that's the right husband for you. Well, that same Ephesians tells the wives to love and respect. But why not? Somebody's willing to lay down their lives for you. Yeah, that's the least you could do is love and respect them. Well, here it is. Our Creator did that for us. So we should kiss him all over. We should love him. Nothing strange about it, nothing unclean about it, nothing perverted. We should totally surrender to him. And that is what we are to do as medical practitioners, as nurses, as radiologists, radiographers, medical technologists, as medical missionaries who might be just volunteering in the spirit of Jesus, who never even wasted his time to get any degrees because he was going to be all of the medical professions in one. And he left evidence that it still leaves us amazed with our mouths dropping. Whole cities were healed, not a disease left in a whole city sometimes when they were part. If that city was willing to kiss the son, if that city was willing to accept God and to glorify God, he was willing to bring an example of eternal life right to them. Yes, all of them died eventually, even though they were healed by God, by Jesus. But that's part of his plan because there's a justice aspect to this where sin, we have consequences for our sins. And we die. We don't die the eternal death if we center our lives in him. I love the last part of that verse in a particular way because it is a very therapeutic thing. It says, blessed are those who put their trust in him, in the Lord, in Christ, in the great physician. You could even say the great nurse. You could actually say the great teacher. You could say the great geographer, the great everything. The pastors would say the great preacher, the great teacher, and the great shepherd. And we could spend the morning just describing how great he is. In fact, we will spend a whole lot of time in heaven just casting our crowns, saying how great he is. Not because we have nothing else to do, but because we're more enlightened now and we see who we're really dealing with and how amazing he is. We treat him tritely sometimes, but that is to our detriment, our mistake. But the instruction is here, and in so many other Psalms, you look them up as homework for yourself. Either end or somewhere in the middle or so, they say, trust in the Lord. Is it any surprise then that when we create our acronyms, New Start and Creation and Celebration, we always have that T in there. Sometimes we have two, like in New Start, but one is for temperance, etc. But the last one is for trust in the Lord. If we do the creation one, it's choices, rest, environment, activity, trust in the Lord. Interpersonal aspects of our lives to be paid attention to, our outlook also to be paid attention to, nutrition, and so on. That gives us the creation one, and then there's a celebration one and so forth, but time will not permit me to go with all of them. But they lose their meaning if that T is not in there. Take New Start, for example. Can you imagine nutrition without trust in the Lord? Then you really start to believe that it is the nutrition that makes you get better. Or the exercise. Well, the Bible has an answer for that. It says bodily exercise. It's a little bit useful. It profits you a little. Water. We start to believe that water is everything. The treatment, water treatment is, if you leave out the tea. The reason that all of those work and the others that I haven't mentioned yet is because they are vehicles, they are catalysts to help us to see the handiwork of God and kiss the Son, trust in the Lord, put ourselves on Him, our cares on Him, put our faith in Him, because the nutrition is just trash without the Lord blessing it. The exercise is folly without the Lord blessing it. Some of those who were the greatest runners in the world, who invented the Runner magazine, died early, even though he set a movement that made a lot of people live up to 70 and more in healthy status with blood vessels that were clean. I hope he trusted in the Lord, because he's an example of somebody who exercise is not the salvation for you. Water is not the salvation for you. Don't get me wrong, I love it. This one here says lifespan spring water from Blue Mountain water and so forth, naturally alkaline and all of that. Don't get over the board with them. They do not save you. They do not offer you complete health. And sometimes if you don't know how to use them, they could even hurt you. If you drink too much water in a day, you can end up lowering the salts in your body so much that you can actually get a stopping of your heart attack. It's called water intoxication. It also can happen easily sometimes in pregnancy, when certain hormones that help your kidney to get rid of water is not functioning. And so you must be temperate, not in your own strength, but because you're trusting in the Lord. People who exercise a lot, if they overdo it, it is not good for them, and it depresses their immune system. It is when they learn from Jesus to trust in Him and to be moderate in it and to be using it to carry God's work forward. That is when it benefits them. The same with nutrition. Rest without trusting in the Lord is just laziness. And it sometimes becomes even insufficient, and then it can become harassment. And you can die from exhaustion, from lack of it. But trusting in the Lord, can you remember when He used to say, come aside and rest a while? As His medication. In fact, that was just an example, because really what He wanted, what He was intending, is that we learn to rest in our complete lives in Him, instead of being so anxious and worried. Resting in Him. And then if you switch to even the environment, and so many environmentalists around and so forth, tree huggers, etc. Wonderful. God wants us not to destroy this earth. But if you're doing this just because you love trees and that's it, and not because you love the creator of the trees who spoke them into existence in one speech, you have missed the point. And you cannot sustain your activities of being a good environmentalist. It will gradually wear you out. And the pressures of those who are not sacred about this issue of preserving the environment will wear you out. Your only strength must come from the Lord, trusting in the Lord. Well, I could go through all of the things for all of the acronyms, but that, as I said, would just eat up time. But I hope that by now you have gotten the idea. Why should I trust in the Lord? I should trust in the Lord because I think Dr. Edwards hit it very well. If he was a cricketer, he hit that ball for 6 straight out of Sabina Park. Straight out of Sabina Park. or whichever other cricket oval he was playing in. If he was a footballer, he kicked that ball straight through the net of the goal, bored a hole, and it went straight up through the tunnel out into the parking lot. If he was an athlete, he flew past the tape, left everybody else with that. And the issue is love. That was what Dr. Edwards spoke about so eloquently yesterday. I tell you something. Because God's love is active and empowering, we on this audience today, health professionals mostly, but health professionals all, because whatever your station in life, part of your natural thing that you can't escape is taking care of the health of people. We must also be practical and dynamic as Jesus was in loving. Knowing God's love impels us to care for anyone in need, as it has inspired nurses, doctors, teachers, pastors, other professionals in other areas for definitely the past 2,000 years. And for those of you who know even more history, ever since creation. Each profession that you are in demonstrates God's love in a ministry of compassionate care for the whole person. It aims to foster optimum health and bring comfort in suffering and death. The health toward which we, health professionals, strive is part of the greater work of God in his people to bring completeness and well-being, shalom, in other words, to the total person in relationship to God, self, others, and the environment. We health professionals are a work of God's grace. Nurses, you're a work of God's grace. Doctors, you're a work of God's grace. Medical missionaries in general, as volunteers, you're a work of God's grace. Nuclear physicists, you're a work of God's grace. Farmers, you're a work of God's grace. Nutritionists, you are a work of God's grace. And forgive me for stopping there, but I think I've made my point. Every one of us are works of God's grace. So when I see sometimes people creating war amongst us and not respecting the various expertise of each of us, I realize that Micah 6 verse 8 is being desecrated. I realize that, and Psalms brings it out too as well, as not only Micah 6 verse 8, but Psalms also brings it out, one of the Psalms, to ask us to be paying particular attention, to be humble, and to be seeking justice and so forth. Because if you just look at the New Start and so forth program as what defines what the health ministry is, you have missed the whole thing. You should have looked at the T, because the T is what opens up that acronym to be beyond what those 8 or 10 things are that it stands for. It's under that T, trust in God, that we have all these professions. Not to be warring against each other, but to be a part of different aspects of how God will reach humanity with his good news. So whether we have a hospital or a better living center or homes or functional medicine or surgeons, or whether we have nutritionists, or whether we have physical therapists, or whether we have coaches and physical trainers, or whatever it is, or the average church member, your role is not to be criticizing other ones to say who is more like Jesus. Your role is to be the best like Jesus that you are in your sphere, and to be humble. I encountered something very strange recently. A young person who developed leukemia and whose mother was passionate against modern medicine, and who told her none of that. And this young lady is an adult. She's 20, I believe, or 19. So she's a consenting adult. But she came to see me, and I actually said, your mom is having good intention, but has your mom actually studied about cancer? She said, no. She said, so how come your mom is an expert that natural medicines will heal cancer? And she kept silent because she was actually, out of love and respect for her mother, inclining in that direction. I said, an oncologist is what studies about cancer. So you should find an oncologist who trusts in God. And God will lead that person to show you that there is part of that treatment that will involve some natural medicine. And there are parts that involve other things that God gave knowledge about. It wasn't man who came up with the knowledge about things that can fight cancer. And more God is revealing things about it. So please just encourage mom to be humble and to trust in God. And you do the same too. And when you go to that priest who is actually an oncologist, but doesn't even know that he or she is a priest, maybe, because all pastors who are giving their lives to God are led to be healing and including the healing ministry in their pastorate as well. And the same for all doctors. In fact, Ellen White is very clear. She says all physicians who have given their lives to Christ are pastors. And they will be pastoring in ways that a trained pastor cannot do because of the trust that persons have at that time in their vulnerability. That is different from the trust that they might have when they go to seek pastoral counseling. And we are all to work in harmony and to respect each other and not to cast doubt on each other's, because you are actually meddling in God's business and might be an obstruction. So if you are practicing functional medicine, if you're practicing surgery, if you're practicing as a farmer or your back garden, be the best you can be in that area so that you can know how to work with the rest of the team, because you do not have, and neither do I, the last word on how God mysteriously works. Be inclusive of everything that you see that is fine in the Bible. Invite that person who is ill or who is not even so ill to be anointed. Sometimes we leave anointing for the last when they're dying. No, anointing is something that you don't really make it flippant by making it very regular. Far more of us should be anointed, and not only anointed, but go thou afterwards and sin no more. So please open up and let God expand our horizons rather than we and our tendencies to narrow them. We turn ourselves into fanatics. We turn ourselves into people who shoot themselves in the legs when we don't work with God's wide plan. God is working on a far greater level than the herbs or the antibiotics or the hormone treatments or the radiation treatment. God is working at a level where he could heal somebody and the man goes home and says, what time did my servant get better? And he found out it's the same time that Jesus said, go home, your servant is healed. Miles away. That's the level at which God is working. So trust in God, please, everybody. Trust, peace, and love. Let's link up with Jesus. Kiss the Son. Love each other as we are in the various aspects of his multifaceted ministry, which he will use the next 1,000 years in heaven to explain some of it to us. It's so deep, so vast. It's beyond quantum levels. It's into levels that we don't even understand, that would blow our physicists' minds today. Thank you so much for inviting me, and may you have a wonderful day today. May you have an enlightened day. May you have a day full of love, humility, trust in God. Love, humility, trust in God, peace and love. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morton Franson, Research and Statistics Guru and Dean at Northern Caribbean University, and also campus physician. Thank you very much. Indeed, we have been blessed by your words and the linking of what we do in the health field with the fact that God is our creator and our sustainer, and we are in partnership with him. At this time, we will now go into a research presentation from Professor Paul Giles. Dr. Giles serves as the Dean of Graduate Studies and Research at Northern Caribbean University. He has done a tremendous amount of research in the area of the natural herbs and how they respond and how they can treat cancer. In fact, his work has been circulated around the world as it relates to what students talk to us now for the next 20 minutes. Dr. Paul Giles will speak to us on the effect of Alumen sabintium garlic and hibiscus sadarfa Jamaican soil on cancer cells. It is a cutting-edge research that deals with one of Jamaican's most traditional drink, especially around December, the Yuletide season. So at this time, we welcome Professor Paul Giles as he presents on this research from Northern Caribbean University. Dr. Giles.
Thank you very much, Dr. Douglas. Pleasant morning to everyone. It's a delight for me to be here and to be sharing with you at this wonderful conference. I'm just asking the host to enable screen sharing for me at this time. It says host disabled participant screen sharing. Could you allow me screen sharing at this time?
You should have access now, Dr. Giles.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, beautiful. All right. Can you all see?
Yes, sir. We're seeing you.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, it's my pleasure again, colleagues. I'll be title of my presentation, the effect of allium sativum, garlic, and hibiscus subdarfa on cancer cells. I've been working with hibiscus subdarfa over the past 20 years. And also we have done some work with garlic. My other colleagues, Dr. Juliet Penrod, which is at Oakwood University, and Patrice Williams Gordon. We have worked on these, utilizing these natural products. And I'm just here to share with you some of our findings. That's the abstract, that's the first part of it. But in terms of introduction, cancer, though often referred to as a single condition, actually consists of more than 100 different diseases, all characterized by the uncontrolled growth and spread of abnormal cells. Normal cells divide until they are programmed to stop, or the body or organ reaches a specific size or stage and then ceases to divide or is programmed to die. Cancer cells, however, ignore signals to stop dividing, to specialize, or to die, and be shed. This information gotten from Columbia University. Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death in the world. More specifically, it's a major cause of death in women in the ages of 35 to 74, and the second leading cause of death in children under the age of 15. according to the World Cancer Research Fund, American Institute for Cancer Research. What we have found out also that in males, within the age group from 40 going up to 90, cancer is something, especially prostate cancer, prominent in males, while in females, on the other hand, breast cancer is a major one. An upcoming cancer that is causing problems for many individuals, and there's an increased incidence, is the colon cancer. That is very, very common, especially in Jamaica and some of the other Caribbean islands. Three of the most promising areas of research include the study of cancer on the molecular level, the role of genetics in the development of cancer, and the effect of natural products on the prevention and curative treatment of cancer in all its forms, according to Martinez. Natural products such as garlic and sorrel have been used as therapeutic agents in treating medical problems. It has been alleged that both products may have anti-cancer property, according to Lauret L. Hall. But in our case now, ladies and gentlemen, we work with cell lines EP2. That's a cancer found in a person from 1955-52. They have been working with this tumor and cancer, EP2 laryngeal cancer cells. You have A549, which is lung cancer cells. So it's taken from a lung carcinoma from early as 1972, 1973. We also looked at the BHK cell line, which is a non-cancerous cell line, to make a comparison. And treatment was done on these cells utilizing garlic extract and sorrel extract. These are the details concerning the method utilized in preparation of the extract, but the cells incubated over a period of time, 12 hours to 24 hours, and even to 48 hours. It can go to nearly 3 days, but usually what we do is take a look at and to see the outcome in approximately 12 to 24 hours. So what we did, once treatment was done, incubation was done, we looked at cell viability, utilizing a test known as trypan blue test to see how viable the cells were. And we also looked at the outcome following treatment. And we also, following treatment, we do a DNA preparation to see what the DNA looks like at a molecular level following treatment. These were the results of our work that was done. And I'll move on to the first, the table one, looked at the sorrel calyx along the sorrel's extract from sorrel seed and also garlic. As you can see, in terms of viability, garlic seems to have the most viable cells over the period of time. Then that's 87 here. Then comes the calyx and also the use of the seed extract. In 48 hours, what you realize is that there's diminishing viability. So over time, the cells die. And this is following treatment with the extract from sorrel and garlic, which is an indication that the sorrel and the garlic you have increased cell death in the cells, the cancer cells over time. We'll move on to first here. The cells, we grew the cells, look at it before treatment, and you can see all these round things here are examples of cells growing on both this EP2, that's a laryngeal cancer cell, so at 1A for BHK, that's the non-cancerous cell lines. If this is left over 48 hours, you see more growth. But following treatment, this is the lung cancer cells over 24 hours. You can see these clumps of cells growing, and they grow on a polystyrene glass-like area that supports the growth of cancer cells, just like what takes place within humans. So that's what we do, work in the lab. We grow cancer cells under conditions similar like they would be within your body. Here, in figure 2A, what we see, there's significant reduction in the amount of cells. And this is treatment with Hep2 cells, that's the laryngeal cancer cells. And this is following treatment with the calyx. Treatment of Hep2 cells, you can see there's significant reduction in the cells of 2B, which shows treatment in 24 hours, and in further 48 hours, you see further reduction. That's following treatment with calyx extract from the calyx. That's 2A. Figure 3A, you can see growth within 12 hours and further diminishing growth within 24 hours, which shows that the extract on the Hep2 cells, there's significant reduction in the number of cells utilizing extract from the seed. The first one was extract from the calyx. You know, that's what sorrel has, calyx, and the seed also. And I can talk about further nutritional work that we have done, but not for this study. Here, in 12 hours and 24 hours, you can see upon treatment with Hep2 cells, garlic now, you can see a reduction in the cells compared to when grown normally. Here, over 48 hours, there's significant reduction in the number of cells. You hardly see any cells following treatment with garlic. And this is Hep2 cells, results with Hep2 cells. Going further, 5B, this lung cancer cells. We use extracts from the calyx again. They're over 12 hours. You can see fragmentation and clumping of the cells, and reduction in the number of cells. Further, for 24 hours, significant reduction, as you can see in 5B. And this is with lung cancer utilizing extracts from the calyx. Also, look at what is happening now using treatment with the non-cancerous cell line. You see no big changes. It's all covered over with cells. But in comparison to treatment with the cancer cells and non-cancerous cells, there is much reduction with the non-cancerous cells when comparison is made with the cancerous ones following treatment. Moving on, seed extract. Similar, you have a lot of growth of the non-cancerous cells. So not a lot of what you call activity utilizing the extract. Same thing with garlic. You know, there are not a lot of differences in 8A. We further did some work following treatment with the garlic and also the sorrel extract. What we did, we take the cells following treatment and we extracted DNA at a genetic level. We wanted to see what type of activity takes place at a genetic level. If you notice, we call these are various lanes in which treated extract DNA was extracted from the various cells following treatment. And here, what is significant, this is the control over here. We call it kilobase. That's the size of the DNA bands following treatment with an enzyme. The DNA if you notice, you see some bands right here, this little clear spot you see right here, you can see these bands at 22 kilobase. These bands are significant bands, and at 0.5 kilobase, you can see these bands at 0.5. We are concluding that these bands may have significant role to play in the action of the extract from calyx and also extract from seed of the sorrel and also extract from the garlic. So further work is currently being done on these, on the DNA at this level to see what genes may be at play here carrying out its activity on the cancer cells. Overall, ladies and gentlemen, following treatment, there were significant changes in the cells, which indicate the effect of the natural products. The morphological changes are characteristics of cells receiving chemotherapy. Quite often, when chemotherapy is done, we believe that that's the type of results that is taking place. So, as a therapeutic agent, extracts from sorrel may make a big difference in the treatment of certain cancers. What we have shown here is with laryngeal cancer and also lung cancer. We are currently looking on prostate, colon cancers, breast cancer to see the type of effect that is taking place. The A549 cells, lung cancer cells, showed greatest response to garlic, followed by the seed extract when comparison to the use of the extract from calyx. Morphological changes in the laryngeal cancer cells was most remarkable. So this shows that utilizing sorrel and also extract from both the calyx and seed, you get most significant results when used against laryngeal cancers. Moving forward, we hope that the sorrel and the garlic will be utilized more as a natural products in dealing with cancers. In terms of life studies, I have interacted with a colleague of mine who had lymphoma, and that person, in terms of life case studies, that person mentioned is a medical doctor. And over time, when the cancer showed itself up, she utilized sorrel round the clock. And I want you to know that the use of that natural product make a big difference, because nearly over 23 years and she is going good and holding up strong. So we believe that sorrel and also garlic, they have compounds known as antioxidants. These are good compounds that can be utilized against cancerous situation. So I am promoting that utilizing these natural products, what they do is boost your immune system. And the boosting of your immune system is one of the best way to ward against cancer and to fight against cancer. I believe that's the way to go, not to disregard conventional medicine, but utilizing it with these natural products may give significant results in dealing with cancerous situation. That's my presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Are there questions?
Thank you very much, Professor Paul Giles. At this time, we invite you to raise your hand if you do have a question for Dr. Giles at this time. Kindly raise your hands for those who have questions for Dr. Giles at this time. We see one hand, so we'll take the one hand. Dr. Morton Frankson.
Good morning. Thank you for that very hopeful presentation. This is what we need. We need more research into these things so that we can actually discover what are things that need to do even further research. Have we done any clinical trials on these yet to get groups of folks who did not get the use of soil versus those who did to see there is a difference? Because I know that there are people whose lymphoma, for example, would resolve by some reason on their own or with just keeping with their regular conventional treatment. And they are also able to give the same story as the one that you told. So it seems like there's a possibility that there are those who will get better without the sorrel, and also it seems like there's a possibility of those who get better with this supplementing of the sorrel and the ginger. So I'm just wondering if you had done any, if we are on the way to doing any clinical trials now where we can get large numbers of people in either group, because that's when you really see which one is, whether the sorrel or the ginger adds any extra benefits or does even better. Have we done any clinical trials? Have you know of any clinical trials done anywhere in the world on these things?
No, and I want to thank you very much because, as I mentioned, work is currently ongoing. We have done work and published in the International Journal of Life Sciences. This has been published. This is a current publication because we did some work earlier utilizing only sorrel. We have looked at just insight. We have looked at the nutritional application. And that is something that I would have to be addressed at another time. But those are published work that we have done with the sorrel. But you're perfectly right. We're at the stage where we need to do life studies utilizing humans. And as I mentioned, the case study with that particular medical doctor, there are other testimonials that have been given, but the true what it's a test of everything is when we can do clinical trials and we can get some results on it. But these are preliminary work showing that these natural products are very, very good in application for individuals with cancerous situation. And my postulation is that in dealing with cancer, as I mentioned, nothing is wrong with conventional medicine, but I believe boosting the immune system, even when taking chemotherapy, that's the way to go to resist the cancer. You know, so boosting of the immune system, the allium, the garlic, and the hibiscus subdarfa, which is filled with antioxidants. That's the way to go in combating cancerous situation. So all of these ongoing work that we do, and we hope in short time we can have good dosage effect as what we are hoping to achieve doing clinical studies as we go down the line, doing our research.
Indeed, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr.
So many diseases have been cured in the lab, but when we try the thing out in real life, we realize that the body is more complex than that. So sometimes we don't see as good a result when we actually try it out in real people, because it's one thing to treat cancer cells in a lab, but those cells are not even in the human body. They're out in a lab on some glass tissue, on some tissue that you have mentioned. So we have to be very careful and wait and push for those clinical trials. Thank you so much.
And
Thank
in
you very
terms
much,
of information, those cancer cells are live cancer cells from individuals who have gotten cancer in the past. So those cells have been grown over those many years and kept in those many years and multiply. It can be grown over time. And that is why cancerous cells, we call them, they are not immortal, but if given the right substance and in the right place, they'll just keep on multiplying. And that is what kills the individual, because these cells, abnormal cells, will grow and shut down the functioning of your vital organs.
Thank you, Professor Giles. At this time, we take a question from Dr. Orlando Thomas.
Okay.
Professor, good morning. I want to thank you for a very insightful presentation. Thank you for your research into this very critical area.
Yes.
I'm a functional medicine doctor. I'm on the front line treating cancer patients. And I use foods and herbs and supplements. My question is, what concentration of these particular foods do you have to use to get the results that you get? And does these concentrations correlate with what would obtain the human body in somebody who is drinking sorrel juice or using garlic in their cooking? Or do you suggest, or do you suspect that people may have to take much higher doses than what we usually take when we're just consuming it casually? I know the question, you might not be able to have a definite answer yet, but just, the concentration and how that correlates with what we have in our blood when we consume this product. Do you have any idea on that?
Well, the beautiful thing, if you have 50 grams per, we call it per deciliter or something like that, what we have noticed is that the good thing about these natural products is that we don't have a situation where an increased concentration affects the individual. What we have done, we have viewed varied concentration, and we realize that it keep the greater the concentration is the more significant results we get. So, but what is very significant, we got to bear in mind, is that when we consume something, if the most important thing is to utilize something that doesn't harm our normal cells. That is why we utilize the BHK cells as a normal cell line. And we noticed that there was not any significant destruction taking place there. And that is what makes it very, very significant, because it's to preserve the normal cells and to act against your cancerous cells or your abnormal cells.
Dr. Giles, I think part of the question was, how do we correlate between what the study used versus the normal use, or the occasional use that we as Jamaicans would do?
That is why I mentioned, I said, if we utilize 50 grams per deciliter, which would be something, if you check the concentration of those people utilizing it commercially, that will do. And what we have noticed, as I mentioned, over time, that when we increase concentration, we get increased results. So the more you utilize it, the better it is.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, we take Dr. Michelle Hamilton.
Good morning, Dr. Giles. Thank you so much for your research and presentation. Just wanted to share a bit as it relates to specifically for garlic and even for sorrel too, in terms of the boosting of the immune system. And just to point out that in terms of cancer and the types of cancer and what is actually happening with the person's immune system at that time during chemo, what you would probably want to include is the state of the immune system, because if it's overactive, then you can have more of a contraindication, because the immune modulating effect of the herb is what you would need. So if the herb itself is known to stimulate the immune system, and I think that is what most persons refer to as boosting, then that would actually not be in the best interest for the patient at that time. They would need an immune modulating herb. So that is key in terms of to see a more of a positive response, because if the immune system is already hyperactive during that time, based on the type of cancer, it could actually increase that hyperactivity and not be in the best interest. So it would be best to use a immune modulating, so that supports it. Specifically for garlic, it is actually to build the immune system. So it is actually quite helpful prior to starting chemo, especially when platelet counts are down and all that. It's actually more important to use it to build and then to continue than actually using it within the actual therapy itself, because then you probably have to switch to something else that is more immune modulating. All right, thank you.
Yes, certainly. And that is why patient need to be monitored, carefully. And if a physician isn't making the test and checking the test in monitoring the patient, you know that something is wrong. When you do chemotherapy and when you utilize these products, a good physician will make sure that they make the comparison on a regular basis to see the laboratory results, to see what is happening in terms of the activity of that chemotherapy application over time, and also with the use of the natural products, to make a comparison to see what is happening and to know how to deal with that particular patient.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giles. One more quick question for you, and that is, as we close up this segment, is it the natural occurrence of sorrel and garlic, or does the heated version, the traditional way of preparing sorrel is to boil it?
Yes.
And eat cooked garlic. So does it matter whether it is natural or modified by heat?
You're perfectly right. The natural product, and one of the proposal at Northern Caribbean University, we utilize a natural sorrel, not the heated version. There's a way in which it's being prepared. I won't be able to release that information right now, but we don't boil the sorrel because you kill some of the products. So one of the approach that we recommend is that you blend it, you do a blend, you make a natural blend instead of boiling the sorrel. Allicin is an active compound in garlic. You know, if too much heat catches it, you will diminish the effect of the product. We are yet to determine the active ingredients in hibiscus sabdarfa. That's further work that currently being worked on using NMR, pneumatic magnetic imaging, to determine the components and to which component is potent when it comes to treating certain illnesses or within the laboratory when utilized with cells.
All right, and there are two other quick questions, Dr. That before I let you go. Number one, does the use of sugar nullify the effect of sorrel in beverage consumption? That's the question that is being asked.
Well, based upon studies done, the sugar is not recommended because it has a negative effect overall on our system. And too much sugar, utilizing it in small amount, fine, because some of these natural products that we have, even fruits, they do have their fair amount of sugar. So when you add table sugar, or the sugar that is processed with that, you're doubling up the amount that is consumed within your system. And that situation creates a challenge for certain enzymes, like, for example, insulin and glucagon, And that is why individuals end up with diabetes. So too much sugar is not good utilizing within the sphere, whether you're ill or whether you're not ill.
Thank you very much. And the last question goes to Dr. Simone Graham.
Good morning. I am looking forward so much to the clinical studies, if they could be done, Dr. Giles, because
yes,
it will be wonderful to see the actual effects when we compare them. And we'd love to know what concentration is effective at, because we've seen natural products like guinea hen weed and neem, when they're overused, cause, ill effects.
Good.
So I look forward to the clinical studies. It'll be wonderful to see it.
Certainly, our work is ongoing, and that's the direction, even in recommendation from Dr. Frankson. That's the way to go. But research takes time and it's costly. So we have those challenges that we have to be working with and to balance out things. But I'm just thankful, and we'll keep on working, doing research through even Dr. Frankson there, to lead out and to make a difference in the lives of individuals within Jamaica and the world. That's our purpose, to make a difference. That's the purpose of research, to make a difference to individuals within the society.
That's why we need more graduate students to come to Northern Caribbean University, sir, so we can let them get their degrees, helping us to solve some of these issues. So come on, folks, send those young people to us, because they will be part of the answer to our issues.
Thank you, Dr. Franks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Giles, for presenting. It was, we have benefited from it, and we're grateful that indeed these natural products can be used to aid in recovery and also in prevention. Thank you very much, Sir Giles.
My pleasure. Thank you. Good.
All right, at this time, I'm just wondering if Dr. Patricia Whitehorn is here. Dr. Patrice Whitehorn Smith, if you are here, please indicate. If not, we will invite Dr. Orlando Thomas.
Hello, I've been able to join. This is Patrice. Are you ready for me?
Yes, I am ready for you, because I do know that you are in a different time zone.
Yes, it's almost 11 p.m. here, but I was having a hard time joining. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience.
All right, just a quick second. I'm going to make your co-host, and then I'm going to try and bring up your profile. Okay, there we go. All right.
I will share now.
Okay, great. So we welcome Dr. Patrice Whitehorn Smith, academic scholar. She studied at the School of Population and Health at the Curtin University in Australia. That is where she joins us from. We are very, very happy. I know that outside the world, it is very, very late. And we are happy that you are able to take the time out to present on a paradigm shift in mental health stakeholder perspective on improving healthcare access for people with serious mental illness and chronic physical illnesses. Indeed, this is a discussion that we all need to have. Mental health is a serious condition, and we need to pay attention to it. So thank you very much for coming on. And now over to you, Dr. Whitehorn.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm happy for the opportunity to share the findings of this study with those who are here this morning. I'm trying to get to this one. Okay. So this is actually a study that was done out of my PhD project, which I did at Curtin University, which is in Western Australia. And so my supervisory team, I wish to acknowledge them. here were several professors from Curtin University, and also Professor Wendell Abel, Daniel Oshie, and Dr. Kanal Lalwani, who were at the University of the West Indies, who also helped me to organize and conduct the study in Jamaica. So in terms of a background now, people with serious mental illnesses refers to those diagnosed with schizophrenia or other types of psychotic disorders, bipolar disorder, and moderate major to severe major depression are considered to be people with serious mental illnesses. They tend to have a higher rate of mortality than other people in the general population. It spans from 15 to 30 years difference in how long they live. And this has been found to be mostly due to the level of chronic physical illnesses that are present among this population. And by that, we mean cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, cancers, all along the spectrum. People with these serious mental illnesses tend to have a much higher prevalence of this type of co-occurring situation with physical illnesses. So within low-income countries and developing country contexts, the average rate of this co-occurrence is said to be 36.6%, but it ranges widely across the globe. So it is estimated too that one of the major issues that these people in this vulnerable population face is that they have major barriers to being able to access healthcare. And it's not so much healthcare for their mental illness as much as it is for physical illnesses. I became interested in this area of study because I worked at the university hospital for a while and noticed a lot of complaints about, I worked on Ward 21 and noticed that patients would come in about a physical illness, and once the doctors or the team knew they had a mental health diagnosis, they would immediately send them to psychiatry, even when the complaint is totally unrelated. And for me, I was concerned about that and thought it was worthwhile to investigate what was going on, and discovered that this is actually a global phenomenon where up to 70% of the mortality that happens among people with serious mental illness is due to these chronic illnesses, and it's mainly because they are not addressed properly. Now, when we talk about access to care, it can be defined in many ways, but the way it was defined in this study is this way. It has to do with the opportunity to identify healthcare needs, to seek it, to reach it, and to obtain the healthcare services that are needed. Now, Levesque, whose definition I've used, had 5 parallel dimensions. And what they call this was the dimensions related to the health services themselves that determine access, and the dimensions related to the individual's ability. So access was not just an individual issue or a service issue, it was both. And they align to decide whether or not a person will get adequate healthcare access. So one has to do with their approachability. How present is that service for persons, and do they perceive it as being present and there for them? How acceptable is it? This has to do with cultural norms and values around seeking healthcare. Is it acceptable for me to go and get healthcare in this way? And then, does the person have that capacity to do that? The availability and accommodation has to do with how reachable it is, how timely the services are, and then can the person manage to get there on their own as well? Affordability, are the services cost effective? What are the direct and indirect costs? And then can the person afford to pay? And then appropriateness. Now, a big part of this paradigm links to that concept of appropriateness, because it has to do with, is the service being provided adequate, and is it quality? Not just that I went and I saw a doctor and yes, it's did you get your healthcare need met? And are these individuals able to engage and participate in a meaningful way that they end up doing better in their health, have a better outcome? So this is the concept of healthcare access that was used in the study. Now, in Jamaica, we know that non-communicable diseases are the leading cause of death. And despite significant efforts that the country has made in trying to integrate mental care with primary care, we still have some issues, because studies out of Jamaica show that many primary care physicians do not regularly screen for mental illnesses, and mental health services do not provide comprehensive management of physical illnesses. And that's the way the system is set up. You come to mental health clinic, and then you go to curative clinic, care clinic to get your healthcare needs met. So people get lost in that translation from one service to another. And another major issue is just that there's a lack of research on these issues. There's a lack of mental health care research generally, but worse for people with serious mental illnesses who also have comorbidities. So the aim of this study, well, it was a part of a broader study that was looking at the enablers and barriers to healthcare access for people with serious mental illness and chronic illness, physical illness. But this specific part that I'm talking about, the main objective was to hear, what do the stakeholders have to say? The people who participate in this service, what are their opinions on how the healthcare system can be improved for Jamaica? So this was a qualitative study, and we used a constructivist grounded theory approach, which is basically focusing on getting the data, getting the information from the voices of the people, and not coming up with a theory ahead of ourselves, hearing what everyone thought and incorporating that as a theoretical approach. So we did 57 interviews across 6 participant groups. And this was done through purposive sampling. So some of the people we targeted included the health policymakers, people working in the Ministry of Health, in various roles relevant to NCDs. We spoke to primary care physicians who were scattered across the country working in the public health system. So the study was focused on the public health system. We spoke to psychiatrists who are consultants and working in different departments throughout the country, mental health officers, also the people themselves with severe mental illnesses and chronic physical illnesses. A lot of people have asked me about the value of including the patients. But if you look at the international research, there's a big movement toward incorporating patient voices. And it does make sense because they're the ones accessing the services, and they're the ones who would know what is working for them and what is not. So they were the biggest population group in this study to hear what their thoughts were. And also their caregivers. Oftentimes people with severe mental illnesses have people who are their carers who come with them to clinics and try to seek out the best possible health care they can for their family members. So their voices are also important. So these were the 6 groups of people, and you notice they're at all levels of the system because we really wanted a comprehensive view on what's happening and how can we improve. Now, the model coming out of these interviews was that the main thing the stakeholders pointed out was that there needed to be a paradigm shift in mental health. And that basically was surrounding the notion that we needed to have a more holistic view of mental health and recognize that mental health is heavily linked to physical health, and to not treat them as 2 separate issues, but find ways to incorporate care for it as a holistic approach. There are several strategies that were identified that could actually help us to achieve this goal. The first one, a point I didn't say earlier was that the data was collected in 2020, and we're going to see some updates that happened since this information was provided for the study. So one was make mental health a priority within the Ministry of Health. At the time, the stakeholders felt that mental health was not listed as one of the priority areas for the ministry, and that also contributed to less resources and opportunities being present to address mental health issues. Another area was to fill the gaps in policies. So as we went around, we were able to identify areas in the mental health and NCD policies that created problems for people being able to access care. So, for example, there wasn't a clear policy or protocol guideline for how primary care doctors were to work with the mental health team. There was a sense that there was insufficient collaboration with each team, and the services were siloed and parallel. So you go to your curative clinic because your feet hurt, and you come to mental health clinic for your schizophrenia. And there is not enough communication about what's happening with the patients on each side. This was considered a major issue because, sometimes medications interact, and you need to understand what the patient is on, how they're being treated, and that could cause a problem in the management of the patient. So that was a big thing. The lack of policy resulted in doctors doing what they felt comfortable with. So persons who were not as open to dealing with people with mental illnesses didn't want to hear about that. This is among the general practitioners. And then on the other hand, the psychiatrists would say, physical health is not my concern. And so those attitudes created barriers for people to get the proper care that they needed. Another major area, as you can see, was related to stigma and discrimination. Now, this was the number one issue in the other general study that was found, and poverty to be a barrier to accessing care. And stigma and discrimination was seen as existing throughout the society and throughout the health system, from the doctors all the way to the porters in the hospital. Interestingly, the patients shared that the hardest time they had accessing care was at the hospital and not at the community health clinics, because they said once they got to the hospital and people realized that they had a mental health issue, none of their physical health concerns were truly considered valid. And that became a major barrier as well. And so what they suggested is that we need to improve training for health system staff. And I'm going to move down a bit to just break that out for you just a bit. So when they talked about improving training of health system staff, some of the suggestions were, one, to have the mandatory training for primary care doctors, which the government actually has now put into place, which I think was linked to discussions from this study as well. Two, regular training using evidence-based practice for all health professionals working with people with these conditions. Not just psychiatrists and people on the mental health team, but for doctors to be upskilled, for nurses to be upskilled, for the psychiatric aides to be upskilled, for everyone to have an understanding of what this comorbidity looks like for this population. And the next thing was that there needed to be basic mental health training for the administrative staff and security personnel. We heard so many stories of patients who described horrible experiences with security personnel, especially, and admin staff, telling them they're a madman and they should get out and they can't talk to this doctor because they're over by mental health. When they're trying to explain that I'm not here for that, I'm here for this type of a problem. And so in that way, these health administrative officers and the security personnel became barriers to them being able to access care, because they wouldn't even be able to say what their needs were because they weren't allowed to. And that was a big issue. So 3 ways to improve it was to conduct training on these levels. Now back to this. Another big point they made was to increase the health promotional messages. And this came heavily from the team from the patient side as well, because they said, just like how there are so many promotional messages for diabetes and hypertension, we need to have those types of messages in the public about mental health. And we will see that the government also has been working on that. So that people can remove some of that stigma. There were, again, a lot of horrific cases of people sharing what their family did when they found out that, you know, the person had a mental illness, and how that prevents them from being able to get care. On the other side of it, it would be able to improve health infrastructure. And I have another diagram I want to show you here. And they talked about, the doctors in particular and the health professionals who participated in the study talked about how there are several issues within the health system that makes it hard for them to be able to deliver quality care. One is poor infrastructure. They had to meet in makeshift spaces. There weren't sometimes scales or blood pressure machines to check certain things. The bathrooms were, you know, deplorable. There were all these issues that were raised that the health infrastructure itself needs to be upgraded. Two is that there needed to be some sort of centralized recording system within the public health care system, where doctors and those with authority can access patient records, because sometimes the patients don't remember what medication they're on. Some of them didn't even know what their diagnosis was. So the doctors have a hard time piecing the puzzle together sometimes. And if we have a database, that would make things a lot easier. Another area was to have special provisions for elderly and people who live in rural areas to access more services. For instance, one person shared having a mobile lab or a lab tech that visits in the rural areas on a specific day to save them the journey to the hospital to get blood work done, things like that. They talked about the elderly still having to wait the same amount of time as other people to be seen, or people with 3, 4, 5 different conditions waiting for 5 hours to be seen, and the toll it takes on their health. So having provisions for those who are most in need to be seen first. Another issue was that we needed to increase the availability of modern psychotropic drugs, because they talked about these were better for the patients, and sometimes you may be managing a patient on a set regimen of medication, and it's now suddenly unavailable, and now the patient is not as well managed. So those were some of the ways they felt that the infrastructure of the healthcare system could have been improved. The next one was to address workforce issues. Everybody talked about the issue of staffing. Staffing is a big issue in the health service, and having enough staff to meet the needs. So firstly, it would be to encourage psychiatric study. People talked about how psychiatry is a stigmatized area, and mental health, it's not seen as a real science. This is what the doctors said. And so there is, you know, there's a mistreatment within the profession towards people who study this. And so it's not really incentivized. So they talked about incentivizing study of mental health so that there are more people interested in the field and more people to practice. The doctors were very overloaded, and that compromised their quality of care. They talked also about investing in multidisciplinary teams, and this came from all levels of participants, talking about we need to have more psychologists, we need social workers, we need people who aren't so heavily based in medicine to help face some of the other challenges that the patients have that hinder their ability to access care. And also, everybody acknowledged that perhaps the resources aren't there to do that. So we need to look at the different roles that are currently there and see how we can task shift and task share. Meaning, for example, someone's talked about community health aides and having them be a part in helping medication management in the community with some of the patients that have serious mental illnesses. So it's looking at the system as it is and see where we can pull from to take some of the stress off some people and to better meet the needs of the population. The final thing that was a big issue was that of responding to social needs. So among all participants, there was a recognition of the high level of poverty among people with mental illnesses. That in itself could be a whole study, and how poverty is the #1 barrier and stigma to them accessing care, and that responding to mental health issues just on a medical level is not enough. Because, for example, the person goes to the doctor says you have to change your nutrition to manage your diabetes, but the person has no money, so they can only manage to buy flour and butter. That's what they can afford to eat. Sometimes they can't eat meals because they don't have the money to eat. So it's not that people are reluctant to take medical advice, but they're in such poverty that they're not able to. And so in trying to address healthcare issues in this population, there's a need to recognize the social determinants that affect their health and to take those into account and to have strategies to help people move out of that. So the key points in wrapping up from the process were, well, key points is that some of these things have changed since the data was collected. We know that the Ministry of Health put out a reform for the primary health care, and that talked about several key changes that were going to happen. Mental health is now listed as a priority area, and there's a lot of focus on improving the health infrastructure. And the Medical Council of Jamaica has also made it clear that doctors, all primary care doctors, are now mandated to have continued education units in mental health. And there has been greater sensitization of the public since this study was conducted. However, some actions remain that need to be done. And one is the paradigm shift as it relates to non-communicable diseases. From a health sector issue to a social issue. And this is something that has been brought up in other parts of the literature that Hutchinson and others talked about in 2019, that in us being able to move forward, we need to recognize non-communicable diseases, which include mental health, as a social issue and not a health sector problem. And that way we can pull different sectors together, including faith-based organizations, including NGOs, to be a part of the conversation so that we can have more reach and get better outcomes for our people. There also needs to be a paradigm shift as it relates to the biomedical approach, and consider introducing approaches that incorporate multidisciplinary teams, because oftentimes it's the psychotropic drugs that contribute to the development of the chronic diseases that the patients have. So if we can build into the system other methods of treatment, it would serve the patients better. And globally, there's a shift towards recovery-oriented approaches, which includes upskilling patients in self-management strategies so that the frequency of relapse into symptoms reduces over time. So that's something we can explore. Again, also to implement a structured piloting of the task shifting and task sharing idea, which has been talked about a lot in health settings. So, and again, to improve the training of health system staff with mental health in mind. Finally, I just want to remind us that a paradigm shift in mental health care is an investment. And in this study that Hutchinson pointed out, it will save the country so much money if we are willing to invest in interventions and treatment related to mental health issues. And if we are willing to improve systems that foster psychoeducation of the population and of the health sector, and upskill the patients that they are able to self-manage some of those negative symptoms that they experience, it would take a lot of strain off the health services. It will better equip communities and families to cope and manage, and it would allow us to see better health outcomes and economic outcomes for this vulnerable population. And that's the end. These are the references. Thank you so much for listening. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Whitehorn-Smith. I must say that your findings are indeed the reality. I know that as medical doctors, we do struggle. Sometimes when we know the person is a mental health patient, we tend to want to pass them on to the psychiatrist and to that team. So I do understand and appreciate your presentation. All right, at this time, the floor is open to questions. If you ask please indicate by raising your hand so we can acknowledge you at this time. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. One of our mental health nurses were on, Nurse McFarlane Grant, is saying great research, very factual, and she appreciates it. All right, any questions? All right, Dr. Whitehorn-Smith, I don't see any hands raised.
Question, couldn't find my hand.
Oh, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, thank you, great research. I'm noticing, however, that in Jamaica, there seems to be a tension now between how do we manage mental health facilities. Would you support what is going on now, which is more of a decentralization? I remember as a child, everybody had to go to Bellevue because it was all centralized. It was one hospital somewhere that would deal with all of these cases. But now we're moving towards having these spaces in other hospitals right across the island, trying to manage these cases. I don't know if it is working out. Based on the research that you would have done, what would be your advice? Should we move back to a centralized type system or continue to work with this decentralized movement to see how best we can manage?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a very important question. From what all the literature suggests from Jamaica, there's actually a good amount of literature from Jamaica that talks about decentralization and the benefits of it. And globally, decentralization is considered to be the best practice for addressing and working with people with mental illness. And the main issue is stigma and discrimination. Because when people are put in one central place, then Bellevue became the madhouse. Remember, all the mad people, they go to the madhouse. And again, that becomes a major barrier to people accessing care, but it also made it difficult for people to come all that way that live far away as well. So decentralization has been found to be a very effective way because it's within the community. And to be honest, in the other broader study, what we found that the fact that the services were in the community was the #1 enabler to care for this population. They found it to be the most wonderful thing. They were so grateful that the services were in their communities or in their parish and they could access it. So it is a benefit. However, as you pointed out, it is important. A part of why it is so hard is the lack of adequate resources to meet the needs of the people. And so the doctors are strained and the psychiatrists and the mental health team, sometimes there aren't psychiatrists on a mental health team. And that is the problem. It's the difficulty with staffing. It's the difficulty with infrastructure that makes it feel like it's not working. So if we're able to better meet those demands and work on this task shifting, I think that will see even greater rewards than trying to centralize it again. which may be stepping backward. I hope that answered your question.
It's a well put answer. In fact, the Mental Health Nurses Online, Dr. Nurse Mafani Grant says, deconsideration mean the main reason for it is to remove stigma, provide accessibility, and integration of medicine. So therefore, that's the way that we are going. Excellent. All right, we now have Dr. Gloria Gregory. Go ahead, Dr. Gregory, with your question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Douglas, and an excellent presentation from Dr. Smith. I really like the fact that you included in the research the voices of the patients, because sometimes we assume that this is what they need when they know what they need and they're able to articulate it clearly. So I do appreciate your approach with that research. The question is, though, from an educational institution point of view, what would be your recommendation to these institutions as we try to stem or to assist in the treatment of us, because we all have mental issues? There is the stigma also that, oh yeah, he became a psychiatrist because he's mad too. Excuse my language. So what would be your recommendation to institutions? How do we encourage individuals, and what is our role as educators?
That's such a wonderful question. Thank you for that. I think it's, as we said earlier, and as the doctors had recommended themselves, it is to have more open dialogue and training and public awareness about mental health, and to intentionally include mental health material in curriculums. There are different approaches used other places than in Jamaica. So for example, here in Australia, everywhere you go talks about mental health as a spectrum. And the messaging is constantly that we all experience mental ill health at some point in our life. And that again helps to desensitize, destigmatize some of it. So all the professionals will share times that they may have had mental ill health, and that kind of levels the playing field. So it's rebranding, repackaging how we present having a mental health concern, moving it away from being mad to perhaps having challenges coping at this time. And that is one of the reasons I recommended earlier, piloting this recovery-oriented approach. In fact, the last World Mental Health Report that the WHO put out actually is asking countries around the world to adapt this type of recovery-oriented approach, because they're seeing the fruitfulness of it. It takes it away from this heavily medicalized, symptomized thing to being, this is our lived experience in the world, and how can we support each other through it? And that messaging is softer and easier for people to digest, and takes away all the the sickness out of it. That is what is scary for people. So I would suggest that you look into that recovery-oriented approaches for mental health and see how we can rebrand and repackage that and incorporate it in the curriculum.
Thank you so much. So it's like a holistic affair that we're dealing with. It's not just the illness, but the wellness as well. Thank you so much. I do appreciate your response.
You are welcome.
All right, thank you very much. I know we'll take Dr. Michelle Hamilton.
Good morning again, Dr. Smith. Wonderful research, very informative and information well noted. From what you have shared, you mentioned CE credits and the mandatory decision for medical doctors to continue to ensure that they receive continuous education as it relates to mental health. But looking at our current system that we do have, I don't know if what I'm seeing is actually what will happen, but at our current system where persons are coming in for treatment of chronic diseases and that long wait time within the government system, and even in private practice, when they go in to see their GP, it's a long wait system and it's a turnaround time of 10 to 15 minutes and you're back through the door. Only a few physicians may take more time that I've heard of, with the counseling, and as it relates to individuals who have, say most of them already would have a diagnosis and would be under the care of a psychiatrist or be on medications. How does that work with just having GPs being up to date in mental health CEUs and not having that time? Because all I'm seeing is pretty much, okay, so you're on medication, let me just give you a refill. And I'm seeing more medications dispensed and not actual, treating them in the sense of using all various options. And hence, what about that follow-up? What happens with the person who, would go to different GPs just for a refill? How does that monitoring work out? Is that the best thing for them? Knowing that there are other areas, I mean, they need to have access to persons, to call in case, they're experiencing a crisis. I mean, talking about suicide, stuff like that, which a psychiatrist would be the best person to work with them. I can't see how that mix really getting physicians to look at these individuals, because all I'm seeing is a symptom method of treatment where you just write them another prescription and they go. And these persons are often quite defiant in some way as it relates to, maintaining, their prescriptions, taking them, especially if they don't have supervision. So I don't know. I'm just kind of seeing that, are we making the right decision? Is there something else that we could do to provide a better support than just the mandate that GPs are kept up to date?
Thank you for that. I think you basically outlined the issue that we found in the study, full stop. And so just to answer what you're saying, the GPs being aware is meant to just be one tier of change, because it really needs many. The paradigm shift is a big thing. And you've just basically outlined why a paradigm shift is needed. Because the main thing that most of the 57 participants talked about was the heavy reliance on medication. And this is something that the rest of the world is realizing and shifting from, that mental health issues don't necessarily need this heavy level of medication, and it may not be helpful, especially for people with serious mental illnesses, because of the effects of the drugs on their cardio metabolism and so on. But this is why I'm suggesting that I'm promoting everybody to really take the interest into understanding some of what this recovery-oriented approach is about. Because what it means is moving some of that load off the doctors and putting it more on allied health to help people learn. So one of the things that the patients talked about a lot, and the doctors talked about it, and the nurses and everyone, was when you give somebody a medication and they're having an issue dealing with a psychological based symptom, when they leave, they still don't know how to deal with that symptom. They're dependent on this medication to work, for them to cope. However, if you upskill people in being able to cope in other ways, the frequency, the dosage, maybe they'll still need some level of medication, but some people will not. And then the frequency of the need to come to clinic, the need to present, is reduced. And so that's why when you look at that picture, the chart that was showed at the bottom about what do we need to do with this one, for it to work, it can't just be asking the GPs to know mental health. That is important, because then you can recognize red flags. However, there has to be a holistic approach to addressing the other things. And a big part of that is the investment in multidisciplinary teams, because it's unrealistic to expect doctors to have the time that a mental health care requires. It's really unrealistic. It's too much. You may be able to identify the issue and start to respond to it, but to follow up on that in a 10 to 15 minute block is not realistic or sustainable. So if you can kind of, pawn it off, or kind of pass it along to other professionals, and you still oversee and form a part of that team, that makes more sense for sustainable care. I hope that made sense to you.
Thank you very much. All right, and Dr. Whitehorn-Smith, thank you very much. There are no more questions for you. We do appreciate your presentation. Let me just remind the doctors who are on, Medical Council does require that we do at least 3 CME credits every year for us to be relicensed. So that's a part of our regime at this point in time. So thank you very much.
You're
You
welcome.
have a wonderful day.
You have a wonderful day. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Okay. We will now move to our next presentation from Dr. Orlando Thomas from Thomas Medical Center and Shockwave Therapy. Dr. Orlando Thomas is one of the pioneers of this new technology in treating a multiple of cardiovascular issues. And indeed, we welcome him at this time as he will present on this new therapy method. So Dr. Orlando Thomas, over to you, Shockwave Therapy. Dr. Thomas, you may need to unmute.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I want to say thank you to Dr. Douglas and his team for inviting me to be a presenter on this conference. I'm delighted to be a part of this august body of doctors and researchers who have been well established and made their name in their different fields. I'm going to talk to you about an emerging field of treatment in Jamaica, which I've become one of few doctors who offer it, and I'm privy to the research and I'm doing some research myself. So I'm here to just give you a little overview of what shockwave therapy is, its application and uses, and the results we've been seeing in our patient population in Jamaica so far. This is going to be a quick presentation, just a quick overview. So let me get right into it. So shockwave therapy is really new in terms of application in Jamaica, non-invasive technology using acoustic waves to impact different body tissues and promote healing. So it's not electric shock, as the name suggests. It's actually high-frequency sound waves or high-frequency ultrasound waves tweaked to particular frequencies, at which point we see positive changes in muscle tissue, joint and tendon tissue, heart muscle tissue, even in brain tissue, as you'll find out in a few minutes. Now, shockwave therapy was originally developed in the 1960s in Germany, and throughout that period of time, the machines were quite elaborate and large and was used primarily in treatment of kidney stones. So as far back as 15 years ago, Angel Memorial Hospital had and still have a lithotripsy center where we used to treat and still do kidney stones right here in Jamaica. So the technology was first introduced to Jamaica at Angel Memorial Hospital, one of our own Adventist institutions. By the 1980s, also the treatment of gallstones was added to the list of things for which shockwave therapy was used. 1990s, its application expanded significantly in the field of athletics as it concerned treating injuries of the musculoskeletal type, so tendon injuries, muscle injuries, plantar fasciitis, carpal tunnel syndrome, all got FDA approval for shockwave therapy use, as their benefit in these areas was particularly profound. During the year 2000 and beyond, the application of shockwave therapy, the treatment of erectile dysfunction, became quite popular in Europe and is now quite popular worldwide, as it's been shown, as you will see, to reverse erectile dysfunction in a significant amount of men, especially vascular erectile dysfunction. And in the last few years, its application has expanded the treatment of cardiac conditions, including ischemic heart disease. And the latest field of research is concerning brain diseases such as dementia and stroke recovery of patients. And the results from early studies in this area is particularly mind-blowing, miraculous, some would say. That's not going to be a significant part of the presentation today, but I wanted to whet your appetite with that. Now, there are two types of shockwave therapy. There's radial shockwave therapy and focused shockwave therapy. The two types of technology are similar but different. They are used in radial shockwave therapy. We use it primarily to treat tendon and fascia injuries, muscle injuries, and sometimes aesthetic conditions like wrinkles. And this application here is particularly significant, but it does come at a cheaper cost, and it doesn't have the wide-ranging indications as focused shockwave therapy, which is what I do, has. So focused shockwave therapy is able to impact deeper tissues within the body and cause significant change in tissue, including improvement in blood flow, neurovascularization, healing at a faster rate, cutting healing time for tears and even stress fractures in half, improving blood circulation and healing, even ulcers. So focused shockwave therapy is quite more advanced and have greater, modes of application. Now, shockwave therapy works in a variety of ways based on the research. And so, based on what I'll talk about here, you can now begin to think as clinicians about the various things that it theoretically can do, and in practice, the research has proven. Now, shockwave therapy is able to, through increasing growth hormone release in particular tissues, cause neovascularization, and we exploit this particular effect in the treatment of erectile dysfunction and the treatment of ischemic heart disease, where we're able to restore blood flow to tissues that had poor blood flow. It's particularly profound in dementia and in stroke recovery. As you know, these are problems where tissues are devoid of blood flow and thus devoid of oxygen, and being able to restore oxygen at the cellular level is going to cause a significant impact on patient recovery in tissues that, were not necessarily dead, but were, really on the brink of dying. It increases metabolic rate of tissues independent of blood flow. And so this is particularly important in the treatment of cardiac conditions like ischemic heart disease. Stimulation of stem cell production. So it actually causes new cell formation. So pluripotential stem cells are sequestered to particular damaged tissue based on the research. And we get, formation of new tissue again in dementia. This is going to be one of the mechanisms by which it works. It disrupts tissue calcification and tissue scarring. And so its application is wide-ranging in keloid scars, in poor blood circulation, in chronic arterial ulcers in the leg, as it will disrupt atherosclerotic plaques at the micro level and, again, restore blood flow via that mechanism. It increases substance P, and so causes almost immediate pain reduction in patients with common painful conditions. At the end of a 15-minute treatment, their pain scores drop significantly from 10 to sometimes even 0 in just one session. And this, backed up by other mechanisms by which it works, leads to not just pain reduction, but long-term healing and restoration of function. So shockwave therapy is particularly useful in a wide variety of areas, and I've been fortunate enough to be using this and seeing how it works in real time. Shockwave therapy has very few side effects once used properly. So there are some guidelines about how it should be used and shouldn't be used. And once those are adhered to, we may get during the treatment the discomfort in the particular areas, especially if you have an inflamed area. There will be some pain during treatment, and treatment period usually 15-20 minutes. Once the treatment period is done, then the pain really goes or is gone, basically. Post-treatment, you may have some swelling and render the area, but that subsides within a couple of days. And there may be numbness and altered sensation in the particular area, which is particularly beneficial if there was pain. So if you have numbness and temporal loss of sensation in an area that was hurting, then certainly that will lead to a favorable patient experience. And I do exploit that significantly. Now, shockwave therapy for erectile dysfunction is a big thing worldwide, in Europe, in America, in Canada, and now in Jamaica. I know personally, as I've assisted with setting up 3 additional centers in Jamaica beside my own. So there are now 5 centers in Jamaica that do shockwave therapy for erectile dysfunction. I know US Sports Medicine Department has a Shockwave therapy machine that they use to treat sports injuries. And a couple of orthopedic doctors now have machines, one of whom I have assisted in setting up his machine. For this particular treatment, shockwave therapy is particularly useful for a number of reasons. Erectile dysfunction is very common, as many of you might know. Half of men over 40 would suffer from some degree of erectile dysfunction based on their SHIM score, the Sexual Health Intervention for Men score. And this is what we tend to use to determine if erectile dysfunction is mild, moderate, or severe. And in these patients, there are a variety of causes that range from vascular problems to even persons who have had prostate surgery and have nerve damage. And shockwave therapy is beneficial to every single cohort of patient who has erectile dysfunction. It doesn't require any anesthesia as opposed to surgical options. There aren't any medications that need to be taken. The procedure is very quick, and the effect can last up to 3 years after one course of shockwave therapy, which may be 6 to 12 sessions. So in as little as 12 weeks, a patient may get 3 years of recovery of their close to normal erection. In the research, it's up to 70% effective. I've been able to get better than 70% because I choose my patients carefully. So there are patients from the outset who we know might not respond, patients who are very old, I mean like over 70 years old, patients who are diabetics, who've been diabetic uncontrolled for many years, especially if they haven't had an erection for over a year. Those patients are unlikely to recover. Younger diabetic patients, patients who are not diabetic, patients who do have erections, but it's not adequate, those patients respond better. And so I do encourage those kind of patients. And so my response rate is above what they get in most of the studies where they don't exclude anybody at all. And there are no side effects. I've treated personally for erectile dysfunction over 200 patients, and I've had no side effect at all from the treatment. And in my patient cohort, over 80% response rate in terms of patients indicating based on the SHIM score questionnaire that their SHIM score has improved. They are getting stronger erection, erections are lasting longer, and they're more satisfied, both themselves and their partners. So this is quite a life-changing therapy, which doesn't give side effects for a significant number of patients. There's a big barrier for some patients. The cost of shockwave therapy is prohibitive for some patients, but for those who can afford it, it is life-changing. Now, shockwave therapy also has applications in Peyronie's disease. This is a curvature of the penis due to scarring, a scar that develops in the penis. And the procedure is the same as we use with erectile dysfunction. And the results here in terms of patient reduction in pain, in terms of patient satisfaction, in terms of patient's ability to function is significant. We don't get great results with reduction in the curvature, but Peyronie's disease does more than just give a curve, and patients being able to have sex without pain and discomfort as a result of shockwave therapy is a significant benefit. And so I've seen maybe 15 patients with Peyronie's disease in the last 2 years, and almost every patient bar one are very satisfied with the results they have gotten. And the research is showing a significant percentage also, as you see there. Prostatitis is another area, chronic prostatitis specifically, and especially chronic non-bacterial prostatitis. So we have GPs here online who would know patients who develop chronic prostatitis are difficult to treat. Months of antibiotic treatment, months of anti-inflammatory dietary changes, and still patients have these chronic pelvic pain, problems with their sexual function, and problems with their ejaculation. And shockwave therapy offers a non-invasive, no anesthesia, 80% effective treatment for reducing their chronic pain and improving even their PSA scores. That seldom is elevated with prostatitis anyway, but I've treated maybe about 4 patients the last year with chronic prostatitis, and the results have been particularly useful. Patients are actually quite pleased. I've had 100%, even though my cohort is very small, recover from chronic pain and patient recovery time is pretty short. As early as 3 treatments, patients start to report significant improvement, and these improvements are going to be sustained over at least 3 years. Research on prostatitis isn't that long-term, so we can't say yet how long patients will enjoy this pain-free period for, but because of the significant absence of side effects, patients doing repeat treatment is certainly a very tantalizing option for those patients who do get recurrence of pain. Shockwave therapy has been used for joint problems, specifically osteoarthritis, as it stimulates healing and repair, reduce inflammation around the joint. I can't claim that we've seen recovery of joint cartilage, but certainly reduction in inflammation, reduction in calcification and osteophytes around the joints, which contribute to a lot of pain, is what we've been seeing. And so my elderly patients who may qualify for a joint replacement, who can't afford it, I don't want a surgery, shockwave therapy offers an option to reduce their pain in the medium term. It doesn't give 3-year recovery from pain, and treatment have to repeat it maybe every 6 months to a year. But for a patient who does not need to be living on a pain medication and can put surgery off, this is something that they find quite favorable. And I've seen pain reduction as in just 1 session. The research is ongoing, but again, this is FDA approved for arthritis, and we're seeing great results here in Jamaica. I've used shockwave therapy in aesthetic medicine. I have a steady number of patients who are requesting treatment of their keloid scars, cellulite on their legs, and stretch marks. Stretch marks, very challenging to treat, and shockwave therapy does not offer a significant cure, but there have been, in the research, noticeable improvements in patients who have used it for stretch marks. But generally for wrinkles and other types of skin conditions, radial shockwave therapy is very beneficial here, but focal shockwave therapy used at the right frequency certainly offers benefit. And so and here is an example of one patient who had their keloid scar treated. It does give significant improvement in the thickness of the scar, in the amount of itching and discomfort they experience, and certainly the appearance of the scar is much less. It doesn't bring back your skin to perfect normality, but for a patient who has keloid scars, certainly the results here seen would be considered significant, especially if it's in an area of the body that's visible and you have to constantly try to cover. Shockwave therapy has its brightest moments as it concerns treatment of tendinitis, tennis elbow, plantar fasciitis. I myself am a patient who did suffer from plantar fasciitis for a period of time, and after just 4 treatments, I can say that my plantar fasciitis is 100% cured, and it's been going a year. So I did not have to get a steroid injection or any surgery, and the results have been consistent with the patients I've seen. Plantar fasciitis, as some of you might know, is a very painful condition of the heel joint, of the heel, where getting out of bed and getting up after a long period of sitting down results in significant pain in the heel and can be quite debilitating. Some patients have constant pain when it gets pretty severe. And using this non-invasive method, which initially, as I said, is painful, but after treatment to have no pain and beyond 4 treatments to be pain-free, it's quite significant. Compared to giving a steroid injection, it's much more expensive, and some patients do still offer the injection, but shockwave therapy offers a treatment that doesn't come with the side effects of repeated steroid injections and give long-term relief from plantar fasciitis. For patients who are sufferers of tendinitis, Achilles tendinitis, tennis elbow, tendinitis at the bicep tendon, if you have issues in the shoulder, these are conditions that can be quite debilitating and painful, and the application of shockwaves here has been found to be significantly beneficial in reducing pain, inflammation, and calcification around the tendon. As you did see in the slide that spoke about how it works, it does reduce calcification and cause tissues to be more flexible and improve blood flow. And so tendinitis is healed not just from pain, but the tendon become healthy again And so for athletes, for example, this is a significant boost to their ability to perform at a high level without pain or discomfort. A very common condition, carpal tunnel syndrome and trigger finger, are also susceptible to shockwave therapy. So it does offer significant pain relief. It offers improved mobility in the area as it reduces inflammation. The crowding of the tendons in the carpal tunnel is significantly reduced as inflammation goes down. And I've been treating a number of teachers and persons who do desk work and carpenters with shockwave therapy. And the results are very promising. It's not as dramatic as I see with tendonitis, but many persons have been able to avoid surgery, importantly, because their hands become more useful and their numbness and tingling and cramp significantly improves after just 3 sessions of shockwave therapy. And again, the only side effect being pain during the 15-minute session. Post-treatment, there's no pain, no side effect, and patients have no downtime at all when they're on the treatments. Yeah, rotator cuff injuries is another area where shockwave therapy shines very bright. Again, being an athlete myself, I did suffer a significant rotator cuff injury back in college, which haunted me for over 20 years. Repeated physiotherapy gave me only temporary relief. I was not willing to do surgery. And so when I got my technology in place, I was the first patient and my shoulder was the first area. And I can say after about 6 treatments, I can go to the gym and do my bench presses, my pull-ups, my push-ups without any discomfort at all. I don't have to be taking breaks every 4 weeks from the gym because I have zero pain. And I've treated a number of patients, over 25 patients with rotator cuff injuries, as I do have a physiotherapy department in my office and I have an orthopedic surgeon. And both of us do use a machine to treat these injuries, and we've seen significant improvements here, as it will help to heal even torn ligaments. So ligaments in the rotator cuff that are torn less than 25% can be healed back to normality with shockwave therapy directed at especially at the site. So combination with ultrasound, we can identify exactly where those microtears are and direct the therapy to that particular area. And so a combination of ultrasound guided shockwave therapy makes our results pretty good. So in our practice, we are able to do this, and so we get good results here in healing patients of pain who have suffered for 20 years, despite taking medication and doing physiotherapy. So we are very proud of our record and the research coming out of Europe, Germany and Belgium, research coming out of Canada is correlating what we're seeing. That rotator cuff injuries are a significant area that shockwave therapy has impacted and reducing the need for expensive and risky surgery. Lower back pain may be one of the most common conditions that a GP will encounter in their practice, and my practice is no different. And lower back pain has many causes, as you might know. So proper evaluation of a patient with back pain is gonna precede any treatment at all. I'm treating patients for a lower back strain when they have prostate cancer that spread to the back. So with any condition, a proper diagnosis is gonna be important. There are some causes of back pain that you do not want to shoot the shockwave, but certainly shockwave is going to be important for myofascial back pain, patients who have had injuries to the muscles of the back and tendons and ligaments, persons who have muscle spasms, even lumbar spondylosis in early stages are all response to shockwave therapy. So myofascial pain is particularly useful here. My most proud moment was one of my high school classmates. She had gone to nursing school. She injured her back while lifting a patient in nursing school. As a result of the back injury, she was not able to finish nursing school. And 20 years later, she was still in pain. She had not been able to hold on a job. She had been in and out of doctor's offices, chiropractic care for 20 years, living on painkillers. And, after one session, she was able to bend and touch her toes for the first time in 20 years, somebody who I have, had close as a friend. After 6 sessions, she was pain for the first time in her life, didn't take medication. She started to exercise, she's lost weight, her blood pressure, which was high, is now down. This is life-changing for her. and I was front and center to actually watch her recovery using the technology. So what I'm seeing here, I'm very excited about, because this is life-changing for patients, and it does not cause side effects once it's used properly. So shockwave therapy offers for Jamaica, which is a country that knows trauma, right? We have a very rich history in athletics. So we have lots of young people with injuries. And so I'm working with a couple of schools. We have a long history of patients who do manual work, farmers and all those kind of patients who will have lots of injury. We have a huge cohort of patients who are teachers and accountants who get musculoskeletal issues with their wrists and so on. And certainly Jamaica has men who pride themselves on being able to be, pretty potent in bed. Many of my patients tell me point blank, doc, if my sexual organ doesn't work, then I don't see the point in living. That's how much Jamaican men regard sexual function. And so being able to offer to these wide variety of patients a technology that causes no side effect and have the potential to heal their problem at the root cause by boosting blood flow, healing tissue, is something that, at Torrance Medical Center, we are particularly proud of, and we are going to promote. And even though it does shrink our market, we continue to assist other physicians with setting up this technology in their practice to make it more accessible, and hopefully the price will come down so more and more Jamaican patients can access this. This is a well-researched area, and all of these treatments that I've spoken about are FDA approved. So the research data back in shockwave therapy is robust, and we are benefiting from the research using technology. So Dr. Douglas, I'm finished. I'm now going to open the floor with your permission for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas. All right, at this time, if you do have questions, you can now raise your hands and we will take them. The first question comes from Dr. Michelle Hamilton.
Good morning, Dr. Thomas. Thank you so much for sharing your information on this therapy that's now offered here. I have a few concerns and questions. So I know there's a lot of research as it relates to shockwave therapy that you have presented. And there are various different forms of electrotherapy that's used, inferential, diathermy, all of that. There's quite a lot of them that has been used for a lot of the conditions, and they have been quite successful for many, many years. I think chiropractors would be the ones who would have a vast use of most of these therapies, and they're quite successful as it relates to muscular injuries and stuff over the years. But the use of it in terms of ED, from what I'm seeing in terms of research, it's more indicated for vasculogenic causes of ED. And you did mention that you have had over 80% success rate. So one question is in terms of, is it that the patients are screened to ensure the cause of ED before they're recommended this form of therapy, knowing that it is specific for vasculogenic forms of ED? And two, in terms of, you said it treats the root cause. If it's indicated for vasculogenic, then the root cause would more be the conditions that would have led to the damage, that restricted circulation, which would be, as we know, all the lifestyle diseases, and hence that would not be the root cause, it would be the lifestyle diseases. And I know that you are a practitioner who works with the health principles. So for these patients who are treated with this method and see success, is it also that the information that's shared has to do, or the treatment plan would also include the dietary and lifestyle choices that would also help to, increase the benefits of the therapy overall? That's one. Two, as it relates to the machine itself and what's used, as I said, we have quite a few of these machines that are used for different things. And the cost, you say it's quite expensive. And I'm just curious because most of these machines, the prices vary from anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000. It just depends. So in terms of the cost itself, is it really, because I mean, as I said, the machines are quite affordable. They're not like your X-ray machines or a CT machine or anything like that. So the price, is it driven because of there's not many persons offering here, why the prices are higher per se, meaning that for this particular therapy, we understand the benefits for men as it relates to their ego and all of that. What's really driving the price, because it's not the actual machine itself, so to speak. And then my last comment is that you said that this was FDA approved, and I'm not seeing that. The last check I checked, this shockwave therapy for ED has not been FDA approved. So I'd like you to share that resource. Thank you.
Right, long list of questions, and I can answer all of your questions, Doc. Thank you so much, so I can share with my patients. So many of you do know that I am a functional medicine physician certified by the Institute of Functional Medicine, IFM, out of USA. And so we practice root cause medicine, which basically means that we try to ascertain what's at the heart of any condition that a patient presents with. I don't just treat symptoms. So every patient that comes to my office goes through a full evaluation, which may include a questionnaire that spans 18 pages. And so yes, every patient is screened to determine that it's a vascular ED that they have, rather than something that's hormone related or something stress related, because if you're having issues at home with your wife or you're stressed, that might not be the best treatment for you. And so yes, the evaluation is definitely done. But also, Doc, the research also indicates that patients who have undergone prostate surgery, who have erectile dysfunction as a result of nerve damage, do benefit from prostate surgery, from shockwave therapy, because shockwave therapy has been shown to improve nerve recovery, and the research is there for that. So that's one. Second, my treatment for patients is comprehensive. So shockwave therapy is part of a package that patients will get. So if you follow me online, you'll see my extensive catalog of advice for patients about what they should eat or should drink, exercise, boosting testosterone levels. So my patients' evaluation and treatment involve not just shockwave therapy, but a whole lifestyle change, which I myself am a practitioner and a believer in. And so my patients get, they live with what they should do to prevent a recurrence of this. The other part of your question, as it concerns cost, the machine that I use is the Starts Dualist SD2. And yes, there are about 3 machines that are FDA approved. And the Start is one machine that's FDA approved for shockwave therapy. Another one might be the ED1000. And there are a couple others, maybe 3 or 4 machines that are FDA approved for treatment of shockwave therapy. A Starts Dualist SD2 machine costs approximately right now $40,000 US before shipping. Also, so this is not a $2,000 machine that you may get on eBay or Amazon. These machines are exclusively sold to physicians through the company. And as I said, so the machine costs in excess of $40,000 US, hence the price for the treatment. The other question that you have was, what was the other question, Doc? Can you remind me?
Well, you said approved by FDA, the machine, but I'm talking FDA approved for treatment of ED.
Yes, so Starts Dualist SD2 machine is FDA approved, and I can send you the evidence, is FDA approved for treatment of ED in the US. Yes, it is. Confident to that. So this is not what you may be referring to is radial shockwave machine, which is different from focal shockwave machine. So there are different technologies. So there are centers who will use radial shockwave to treat ED, which is not FDA approved, does not effective. And so focal shockwave therapy machines and the technology, and not every focal shockwave therapy machine is approved, but Starts out of Germany has secured FDA approval, which was one of the criteria for my purchasing the machine to use, and it's in the US in many centers. But this is different from what most centers use, being radial shockwave machine, which may cost, as you said, $1,000 to $2,000 US, which is different from a focal shockwave therapy machine. So there's a big difference in the technology and the cost of technology. There was
Thank
another
you very
question.
much.
There's another part of your question that I'm thinking that I might have missed. I don't know. Yeah, but if you remember that, you could remind me.
Dr. Hamilton?
Oh yes, I remember now. I remember now. So she was asking about root cause and treatment. So the root cause of vascular ED is poor blood flow to the penis, and so the machine itself does cause neovascularization. So patients post-treatment have more blood vessels in the penis, and they have blood vessels that have been calcified that are opened up. So we have restored blood flow. So it's not a temporary impact like what you get from Viagra, which increases nitric oxide production and then it shuts off. So you get a reversal of the blood flow issue to penis, which is why I said it treats a root cause. Yes, doc, we know that chronic illnesses really was what started this off. Their poor diet, their hypertension, their diabetes, their cholesterol issues was what started this off. But in the penis specifically, we're able to restore long-term blood flow by increasing blood vessel diameter and increasing number of blood vessels. And so patients post-treatment will see a 10 to 15% increase in the girth of the penis because of this effect. And this is sustained over 3 years. So yes, it does reverse the underlying cause at the penile level, but overall, as we tell patients, if you have a erectile dysfunction due to vascular causes, you're going to have a brain blood flow problem, you're going to have a blood flow problem to your heart. And so treating a patient for ED and ignoring their heart is short-sighted. So we don't do that. We actually try to address the root causes, which, as you said, I'm very versed in that. I am a medical missionary, functional trained doctor, and that's really at the heart of what I do.
So Thomas, seems like he has an emergency. I think he's still at his office. Oh, he's back. Great. So there are two questions in the chat that has to deal with arthritic and sciatic nerve pain. How do you respond to those two questions in the chat?
Well, for arthritis, I said we've been using the Shockwave therapy machine for osteoarthritis of the knee joint specifically. That's the most common joint that I treat, and we're getting response rate within the first session. And medium-term relief. The arthritis pain does come back after a while. It's not a permanent cure. For sciatica pain, Shockwave therapy is not indicated here. It's not been shown to be clinically beneficial. And we tend to avoid nerve tissue, large nerve tissue, such as spinal cord and sciatic nerve with Shockwave therapy. So it's not one of the indications that has gotten any results in the research. So no, we do not treat sciatic nerve pain.
All right, thank you. At this time, we take Dr. Gloria Gregory. Dr. Gregory? If not, I'll now take Dr. Frankson.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. It certainly piqued the interest of all of us. I just want to stretch the envelope a little bit more. You think the day will come when people will come in prophylactically for bouts of shockwave therapy? Because I would love to know if there are any trials that have been done, prophylactic trials, where one group has been given it over a period and another group compared to, for people before they have problems that are possible, are high incidence enough in the community to be things that you should focus on. Do you think that there are preventative areas where this could be used in? And have there been, not just what you think, but have there been any studies that compare them to see if it actually can prevent some of the osteoarthritis and so forth?
No, at present, I'm not aware of any prophylactic study. What I would say, though, and I'd speak specifically to ED here, is that ED, like many of the conditions that I speak of, is not an all or nothing. It comes on a spectrum. So persons might start having slightly weaker erections. They're able to perform 80% of the time, but they notice that they weren't at the same level that they were 20 years ago, or 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago. So there is a scale, the SHIM score that we use, which maps ED from mild, moderate, and severe based on the score you get. So men don't necessarily have to wait until when they get to severe. They may only have mild symptoms, and shockwave therapy is most helpful in mild ED. You find, significant recovery and faster recovery there. So at the first sign that you're having a problem, once it's evaluated properly and you're found to be properly diagnosed, you can begin to get treatment. As I said, so far, there have been no side effects in the clinical trials that we've done. And so it's pretty safe. And I would dare say, if you're having early arthritis, and I do have patients who come in for early arthritis who don't have osteophyte formation, who don't have joint space narrowing, some little inflammation and pain, barely noticeable on X-ray, and they do shockwave therapy in addition to losing weight, changing their dietary habits, taking their supplements, magnesium, and so on. And so, yes, it's part of treatment of early conditions, but for persons who are healthy and have nothing wrong with them, I'm not sure if we are there yet that we'd want to be applying these treatments, especially because of the cost to a patient who has nothing wrong with them. For now, it's really a therapeutic treatment for patients who have pathology, whether mild, moderate, or severe.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Dr. Douglas, you were calling my name, but I wasn't able to find my mic on this instrument that I'm using. So I'm sorry, I'm available now for my question.
Go ahead, Dr. Berry.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Thomas, thank you for this presentation, very enlightening, and I am blessed to be here to participate. Now, my question is, during your introduction, you spoke about the use for dementia, but unfortunately, I didn't hear any of the presentation that spoke to that. Can it be used for dementia? Have you used it, and would you recommend it?
So dementia is an emerging area of research. It has not yet gotten FDA approval. There is a separate machine for that called a Neuralith, which basically is able to analyze using AI persons' MRI scans and direct particular waves at different frequencies to different areas of the brain to improve blood flow by causing neovascularization. The early research is exciting, but the body of research is not yet robust enough for FDA approval or for worldwide application. However, I do know today there are 50 centers worldwide that do offer this treatment. I am in discussion with the company to try to see if that's something that we might do in the future here in Jamaica. But again, it's gonna come at a price that's gonna be, the machine are gonna be 5 times the price of the regular shockwave machine. And so the cost of treatment will be 5 times the price. So imagine a Jamaican you've been asked to fork out $500,000 for a course of treatment for dementia. It's a significant sum. So based on Jamaican income, it's gonna be significant. But with technology, the prices may come down with time and the research may become more robust, where we can comfortably say this is perfectly safe and perfectly effective so far, promising results, but we don't yet have that body of research to get FDA approval for that. So I just whetted your appetite with what's coming, but it's not yet here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. In the chat comment, I had a bout of plantar fasciitis and did a shockwave treatment, but it did not help. But see, as if God had healed it, I just stopped worrying about it until it left. That was her experience. What do you say to this? She got treatment, shockwave treatment for plantar fasciitis, but it did not help her.
Yeah, so with any treatment, Dr. Douglas, there's going to be a percentage of patients that will respond and a percentage that won't respond. And it varies based on the severity, based on whether the patient's diagnosis was made accurately, based on the treatment protocol used, and based on the machine used. So there are different machines. There are rather than focus machines. And so a number of factors might impact on why she didn't respond. But the shockwave therapy, except for, as I said, maybe one or two conditions, you would not expect 100% response rate. It doesn't mean that most patients would not respond, because I am one patient who did respond, and most of the patients I've treated have responded. So unfortunately, there's no treatment that we have that works for 100% of patients. Yeah, so so that's unfortunate, but that's part of what we do with treatments. There's no perfect treatment. So I'm not surprised that there are persons who would not respond.
Thank you. Excellent response. At this time, Dr. Simone Graham-Chong.
Good morning. Thank you for such an informative presentation. I know that this works best for mild ED, but have you had any results with patients who have prostate cancer, whether they have just the cancer or whether they have been treated with prostatectomy or radiation?
All right, so the research shows that there are patients with prostate cancer who have had surgery, who have ED, who have gotten shockwave therapy, and the response rate in the research is between 40 and 50%. I have 2 such patients being treated presently, referred by urologists to me for treatment. We're in the treatment program now. The results we're too early, but I can't say I've had a patient who have had great response personally, but the research indicates that about 40% of patients may get some response, even though they don't have vascular ED, but they have nerve damage from prostate surgery or radiation. So personally, no personal success yet, but I have 2 patients I'm working on and hoping for success. So maybe next time we meet, I will tell you that, yes, I got a great response. But the research shows that, yes, it is worth a try if you have ED from prostate surgery, because there aren't many great options. You would have to then resort to surgery.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome,
Thank you. All right, last question comes to us from Dr. Michelle Hamilton.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Thomas, for sharing the information in regards to the machine that you were referring to that you actually do use, which brings up another question. So based on that machine that you mentioned, that's FDA approved for ED, is it that now falls under the regulations for the Radiology Association to ensure that the machines that come in, being that it's of that price, are safe for use also in terms of servicing and stuff? So is that or your practice in terms of, through the regulation of the Radiology Association? Because I think this would be important, knowing that there are a lot of persons are using or see the benefits of it and could probably be purchasing the other machines that are lower price and using them as well. So have you, or is there any regulations through the Radiology Association to ensure that the right machines are being used and they're actually safe and serviced for the protection of your patients and those who would actually offer the services as well?
At present, there are no regulations that I'm aware of. It would be pretty important for this to happen, because I know that, as you said, there are machines that may claim to offer this and would be somewhat of a scam for patients who would do the treatments for the exorbitant sums and expect a result that they don't get. The servicing of machines are going to be an issue within Jamaica, as there aren't very many service agents. Before I bought my machine, I had to get training from the company and certification in servicing. So I had to go through a whole training and certification process to make sure that I could service the machine to their standard. And whenever something goes wrong, I have to ship back. I have to ship back parts of my machine to Germany on one occasion for servicing. There needs to be more robust regulation in Jamaica, but there isn't at present. So typically, as it is now in the landscape, anybody can buy any machine and offer any treatment they want. That's how it is right now in Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas, and for sharing. Thank you for looking at this new paradigm in healthcare and service. We do appreciate your presentation. And I think I see Dr. Frankston has a follow-up question. Dr. Frankston?
Yes, sir, I did.
Go
Dr.
ahead.
Thomas.
Yes, sir.
So in your hands, the only side effect has been the cost.
Yeah, so that has been a factor that has caused maybe 80% of patients who reach out to us for treatment not to be able to take the treatment up. So that is something that is a factor. And
Are you saying that this is something that insurances don't seem to cover?
no, they don't as yet, no.
Okay. Then so my question now is, are you open to, and do you think we should sooner or later get into helping people to save towards their health from even before they need such technology, and even to have your own practice facilitate some of that, people saving towards their health for things like these? Because I noticed that a lot of that is not done in Jamaica. People wait until they get the crisis, then they go and they try to scurry funds up, and so.
Well, I'm not sure if I am aware of how that would be done. What I had been toying with in my mind is having my patients join a membership club where they would pay a monthly sum, and then they'd get access to all the suite of our services based on their need. So it would basically be something like a pool where everybody contributes and as you need. So I think for me, that's where my mind was. I am actively looking at that idea. But in terms of saving for their health, that's something that me and you could talk about, and you could probably give me a little more insight into your thinking. I haven't thought about that, but maybe you would have seen where that could have worked. And how we could facilitate. But yes, cost for good healthcare in Jamaica is a problem. Most persons can't afford it, and making it more affordable would be good for the patient and for the practices. So I see that as a win-win situation.
Yeah, I think it's an important stewardship that we should do. And in fact, I think we should involve people like the Pastor/Dr. Douglas and it's the stewardship shepherds that we have in the conferences and the union. And so, because it is just a heartbreaking thing to see sometimes effective therapy that people have to wait so long, and then what they present early, but they have to wait long to gather the funds, and all of those things take away from the effectiveness of the early intervention. So yes, I would love to talk with you about it, sir, and with Dr. Douglas and some other folks, because I like you. I even like your idea about that membership club thing. I think those are things that we could do as practitioners, and also the church, I think, might be well advised to look into these things.
Maybe next year I'll present on this if Dr. Douglas will allow me, but let me just give you a little bit of what else I'm doing, not take up too much time. But as a functional doctor, I do have very long consultations, hour and a half, and I found that it's not practical to see the amount of patients that I need to see and get them the counseling that I need to give them. So what I've formed are online groups. And I've so far graduated 3,000 patients from online groups doing weight loss. So at present, I have 300 patients from 20 countries in an online WhatsApp group where they pay only $14.99 per person, and they get access to my diet plans, coaching in the group. They get meal plans, they get exercise routines. So I interact with them on a daily basis for 14 days, and the results of being in a community of persons led by somebody who's knowledgeable is astounding. I've had person losing 20 pounds in just 14 days, using intermittent fasting, detox programs in a supervised manner. So I'm able to now pull together hundreds of persons in one go and speak in the group, and everybody hears and get instruction. This is what I'm trying to do to make healthcare at the first world standard accessible to simple Jamaicans. So Dr. Douglas, I'm just putting that on record. But next year, I want to probably come back and talk about group healthcare, how we can make these therapies, the knowledge and skills that are available, accessible to even the poorest Jamaicans. And I think I have a model for doing that.
I think you're onto something there, Dr. Thomas, and I would love to talk with you and with Dr. Douglas, among others, because
yes,
we really need to do something about this. We really need to help out a lot of folks who, that finances is the big thing that is hindering access.
And Dr. Franks, you did make mention of my NCU group, the challenge that we did, and that's one example of where I took a group of persons, mentored them for a couple of weeks, and we saw amazing results and sent them off with skills and knowledge that they could use to improve their health for many years to come.
Absolutely, absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yep.
Thank you very much. All right. Dr. Thomas, did you share the cost of a treatment, average cost?
Yeah, so for different therapy, for different conditions, you would need different amounts of treatment. So for ED, for example, the average treatment is 6 per person, and the cost is $20,000 per session, Jamaican dollars. That's the cost per session. But for different conditions, it may require 2, 3, or more, depending on what we're treating and the severity. So if patient is assessed, and then we determine at the outset how much you'd need and how often, and then what we offer discounts and work out cost saving measures with patients and so on.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate your sharing the cutting edge technology. All right, thank you, Dr. Thomas. At this time, we are going to go to a research fellow, a junior research fellow, an individual who has been working to make sure that public health and the care of individuals are maintained. Dr. Daniel Thomas is a medical doctor, a junior research fellow with the Caribbean Institute of Health Research at UWI. And indeed, he has done a research on the protein quality of pulses, legumes. And I do know that as Seventh-day Adventists, we do consume, as a vegetarian diet, a lot of legumes. And therefore, his research on nutritional value of pulses, protein quality, will be of tremendous benefit to our discussion. So at this time, I would like to welcome Dr. Daniel Thomas as he presents the research, protein quality of legumes.
Hi, Dr. Douglas, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. I'm just not seeing you as yet.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so we're hearing you, just not seeing you.
Okay, I'm not sure if the
All right, we're
video.
now seeing you with a lot of light behind you.
One second, let me stop. Also, I'm not sure if I can share my screen.
Yes, you can. You have permission. You have permission, Doc. Following Dr. Thomas' presentation, we will have Dr. Munchi, who would also present.
I think you're seeing it now.
Dr. Thomas, you're frozen.
I'm frozen. I'm not sure if it's my connection. Am I? Okay, I think it's my connection. Just a second. Internet hasn't been very reliable since. Burial, actually.
Burial, definitely. We do understand.
Yes. What I may do, I might share the slides and not show the video so that at least the bandwidth should be able to maintain that.
Yes.
And let's speak to the slides then. All right, let's make sense. So you're seeing my slides?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Are you seeing my slides, or are you seeing the presenter view?
No, we're seeing the presenter view. So we're now on oxtail and beans.
Okay, let me try to get transition from the presenter view 1 second. So it's a difficult part. Okay. Sorry, the presenter view just keeps giving trouble. Okay, let's get started.
Thomas, right. You
Yes.
may probably go with the one where we can actually, yes. And
Right.
just use that view for now.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be able to speak with you this morning on the topic of, well, it's really protein in beans, because when the meal itself got me thinking. I remember one day I was at lunch, and I do work in protein research on, well, various protein sources, but mainly on pulses. And I remember purchasing a meal one day, and the option wasn't there of a vegetarian option, which I wanted to purchase on that particular day. And it got me thinking of the fact that in Jamaica, a lot of the places that we go to don't offer options for plant-based protein mains. And it inspired this topic for a talk I did at CARE a couple months ago. And the nurse, Origin Brown, who's, I think, part of I'm not sure if she's the part of the organizer of this conference. She was inspired by that talk, and she asked me to present the similar work that I presented at that conference here today. So let's dive through it. I think the information will be particularly interesting, but I believe I have 20 minutes. Is that correct? So without further ado, let's begin. I'm already a little late. Okay. So I'm not sure what's the makeup of the conference group. I see some doctors on the Zoom, and I see a lot of maybe non-medical personnel. So I'm just trying to give a little backdrop of what protein is, and then we'll talk a little bit about protein quality, and then we'll try and key into the protein quality of pulses and why there is some intricacies to it and the importance of it all. So protein is an essential nutrient for growth and maintenance of normal body functions. And they're one of the building blocks of body tissues and can serve also as fuel sources. Now, protein is found in every cell of the body and is a major structural component of every cell in the body, especially muscles. And it's actually the second most abundant kind of molecule in the body. And the only thing that's more abundant than protein in the body is actually water. So now you see on this slide, I have a chain here, and we call this an amino acid chain. And what proteins really are just a long string of these amino acid subunits. And based on the combination or the pattern of these amino acids, the chain will then fold itself, and it will create these 3D and 4D structures, as you see on the right. And these structures will then serve or function as enzymes or antibodies or hormones. So proteins are really made of these small building blocks, and then they create these structures that serve functions in the body. So many different functions of protein are such as structure and function. So you may have heard of collagen. It's actually a protein. Things in the muscles like actin and myosin that actually make muscles contract are actually proteins. Enzymes are all proteins. A lot of our hormones are either principally proteins or proteins themselves. And then there are certain proteins such as albumin that help to maintain fluid balance in the body. And then others such as hemoglobin that are important for transport, such as transport of oxygen. And then proteins are also our antibodies. And then proteins are also important in wound healing and tissue regeneration and also energy production. So they serve a myriad of functions in the body, and hence getting adequate protein on a daily basis is of utmost importance to maintaining health and normal function. But how much protein do we need in a day? The requirements, the average requirements, and when I said average requirement, this is the intake that is needed just to maintain life. So actually requirements are generally higher than this, but when we give safe protein intake, it's about 0.8 grams of protein a day. And for a healthy 70-kilogram male, that's about 56 grams of protein per day. Older people actually do consume more, and we'll speak to why that's important when we talk about protein quality. So why do we eat protein? So now 11 of these amino acids can be made by the body itself. However, 9 of them must be consumed or must be eaten. And these are sometimes or often termed essential amino acids. And there's another terminology for them also known as indispensable amino acids, which means that the body needs them and they must be gotten from the diet on a daily basis. So now this actually leads to what we call a protein quality score. And what this score actually indicates is how well a protein source will supply these 9 essential amino acids. And so what that means is that the higher the score, actually the better a food is considered as a protein source. Or the higher the score, the more of these essential amino acids a protein will supply. So we can say that proteins can be what we call high quality or low quality. And as I said, this is basically speaking to the fact that they may supply all of these essential amino acids in a high abundance or in a low abundance. And also another terminology we use for these are complete and incomplete. Although I'll speak to why these terminologies may or may not be the most appropriate as we continue with this talk. Now, when we speak of oxtail or beans, we want to talk about the differences between animal-based proteins and plant-based proteins. Now, animal-based proteins generally supply all of these essential or indispensable amino acids in high abundance. And so they're typically given a high quality score. However, what we know about plant proteins is that of the 9 essential amino acids, they often lack 1 or 2. And because of this, they are given a lower quality score, which leads us to a little dilemma in terms of plant-based diets when we recommend them for protein or protein quality. And we'll speak to this. All right, so for example, on this slide, I have here a little little breakdown of different protein sources, dietary protein sources. And what we're looking at here are different amino acids. So you see on the left here, things like threonine, methionine, valine, leucine. These are all essential amino acids that we need to consume in the diet. And I highlight here whey, which is an animal-sourced protein. And what I'm highlighting here, particularly for this slide, is if you look at methionine here, you see that the whey content is highest for it, right? And also if you look at lysine, you see that the whey is actually highest for it as well. While for methionine, for the pea, the wheat, the hemp, the soy, those are slightly lower than the whey. And if we look at the lysine, you see that whey there has 7, and pea is actually considered a good source of it with 4.7. However, when we look at things like oat, wheat, hemp, and brown rice, they're actually lower in this lysine content. Okay. So this leads us to an important issue when we talk about plant-based protein sources, where we talk about protein quality. And important thing, or what's the good thing to know, however, is that most of the plant-based diets that we consume, we can actually make up for this, what we call lower protein quality of individual protein sources, by complementing or pairing these food combinations. So what complementing does is that, for example, in the previous slide, we saw that beans generally were lower in methionine, but they were higher in the lysine amino acid. Well, if you saw for rice, for example, rice was lower, brown rice here was lower in lysine, but it was higher in methionine. And so what happens is that when we pair them, they have what we call a complementary effect, where they help to increase the total protein quality of that plant-based meal. So this is one of the crucial concepts for people who follow a plant-based diet, because it shows that we can actually receive all of these essential amino acids in the adequate amounts once we can pair our foods adequately. So here on this slide, we see different plant-based groups, and we show that if we actually pair from one column with the next in adequate amount, we can actually ensure that a diet that is solely plant-based means for our essential amino acids.
Dr. Thomas? Seems like we may have lost Dr. Thomas. All right, we did. All right, so we do apologize. Dr. Thomas has fallen off. He does have some internet challenges. As we know, that burial has not been kind, and hence a number of our presenters were unable to join because of the implication of the storm. All right, still not seeing Dr. Thomas, so we may have to proceed with Dr. Munchi at this time, and then we will take the rest of Dr. Thomas' presentation if he's able to come back on. Dr. Tabitha Munchi is from the College of Natural and Applied Sciences, Allied Health and Nursing at Northern Ontario University. Indeed, we lament that soon this post will no longer be there, but we are very thankful for the work that she has done so far and her research in the areas of nutrition and health. Dr. Munchi is going to speak on the impact of breakfast consumption and classroom behavior and performance of students in private universities in Mandeville. Of course, nutrition is very key. Dr. Daniel, Dr. Dan, Thomas, you're back?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So your last slide was the slide that had the protein groups are different. You had 4 columns showing different variation of. That was the last slide that we saw before you got cut off.
All right, let me jump back to that. All right, thank you very much. Okay, you have to give me that permission to share.
Dr. Thomas, speak again for me, please. I'm unable to find you in the chat.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, let me scroll back up. Okay, there we go. All right, you can go ahead now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry about that. As I said, internet has not been friendly. Okay, so yes, so what I was trying to speak to here was that when we combine protein sources from our different food groups, we can adequately meet the protein requirements for someone on a plant-based diet. It's interesting that you see vegetables here, such as broccoli, carrots, leafy greens, and people often think that these actually do not contain protein. But if we look at all of these sources, actually they all contain protein. They may have them in different quantity. So let's say legumes and nuts and seeds might be richer sources of protein, but actually all of these plant-based sources will have some amount of protein, which is why when we speak about being complete versus incomplete, they're actually all sources of protein, and they actually do contain all of the amino acids, but it might just be that the individual amount for an individual protein source might not be adequate. But when we combine, then we actually meet these requirements for the amino acids. So then the question I was posing, which I kind of answered already, is how can a plant-based diet meet the protein or the essential amino acid requirements? And it's by complementation. Now I wanted to transition here because the scoring of protein quality is something that actually needs to be broadened. And I'm going to speak to the fact that when we score plant protein sources, we're actually putting them at a disadvantage based on the current way that we score them, because there's more to consider than just how much essential amino acids a protein source can give in the broadest picture of nutrition and of health. So for example, here we have the example of beef and beans. And if you look at the macronutrients, you see that they're both supplying protein. The beans are low in fat content, and the beans are actually high in carbohydrates. But it's interesting to know that for beans, the carbohydrate content is actually, a great portion of it is actually what we call slowly digestible carbohydrates and even resistant starch, which is actually healthy for metabolism and also for gut health. And then we look at other things like the vitamin content of our beans, and we can see that on most fronts, the beans will actually win over on the meat sources, except for the vitamin B12. Our bean sources are actually more higher quality in terms of the vitamin content and mineral content. So when we look at beans versus beef, we see that they both are similar in terms of meal satisfaction. When we look at things like fiber, beans are outright winners. And when we look at beans are also what we call pulses. And also when we look at protective nutrients, the pulses again are also given the punch. And then we can look at different things like calories from protein. They can be similar, but then we look at things like saturated and unsaturated fats, and we see that beans have no saturated fats, right? And we spoke about them having complex carbohydrates. They help to lower cholesterol, they're high in fiber. They, if organic, contain no chemicals, help to maintain regular bowel activity, right? They're also sustainably grown, right? And as we say, for many legumes are actually helping to improve soil health. And again here, we compare kidney beans or red peas to beef, and it actually wins on all of these fronts in terms of nutrient and mineral content. So when we look at protein quality and we just look at the microcosm of it, we're missing a whole greater impact of these beans on health. And then we also can look at that environmental footprint. So we said that a daily serving of beans for a year is equivalent to driving 93 miles in terms of what we call our carbon emissions. However, when we look at beef, a daily serving of beef for a year produces the same amount of greenhouse gases as driving a car over 7,000 miles for the year. So we see that plant sources are actually better for the environment in terms of from an agricultural perspective as well, in terms of how they impact greenhouse gas emissions, carbon emissions, and even soil health, and or what we call our land and our water footprint. So growing livestock actually uses more freshwater sources than our plant-based sources, right? They have a greater impact on greenhouse gas emissions. They take up a lot of the arable land that we need because of livestock feeding. And also sometimes we have a lot of deforestation, which is needed for cattle grazing. And then also, as we said here, yes, global land space occupied by livestock systems. So we know about things like different parts of the Amazons are being deforested to improve or to increase, the amount of land mass that is dedicated to livestock farming. And we can see that a shift from, say, we say beef to beans actually has a benefit in terms of agriculture and also a benefit for, for the environment. So it's just reiterating what we said a while ago in terms of the use of land, which is decreased or less by plant-based sources overall. All right, so let's come into a close. So it's interesting that the health community and the nutrition community is actually understanding this fact that plant sources actually need to be given more credit for their protein quality based more than just the fact that of how much essential amino acids they give, especially given the fact that when we pair our amino acids together, pair our protein sources together, the fact that these complemented diets will actually have good protein quality. So in this paper here, led by some researchers at Yale and Stanford, they spoke to the fact that the protein quality scoring that is currently in vogue or in use by the nutrition community seems to be a little bit antiquated or a little bit outdated. And it does actually factor in things like total overall health picture. It doesn't factor in the overall environmental impact. And what they suggested was a new scoring system, which is just a hypothetical metric. But in this metric, it would account for the protein quality score. It also account for health benefits, and it would also account for environmental impact. And it's interesting that once we do factor in these other factors of health and environment, we see that proteins that would generally have a high score on just merit of amino acids alone or amino acid adequacy alone, their score overall may be lower or similar to those of
I have on bed 6. Yeah, Mr. Jennings.
Okay, so you've seen the first cubicle.
Yeah, but that's
then bed 6.
Just the
I'll start from 10.
Yeah, start from 10 and go back.
Yeah, I'll start from 10 and go this way. So
I went to bed.
I think someone needs to be muted.
All right, I'll start from 10.
Okay, thank you. So, all right, so we're here showing that in this new metric system, that things which would automatically outshine, such as beef or lean beef or say chicken, milk, are actually, if you look at the first line, which is the 222s, those will be the protein quality scores, okay? But then if you look at other things such as the environmental impact or the health impact, when we compare them in the fourth line, which is the first metric score, beef would all actually get us almost a score of 0. While things such as pistachios, almonds, soy, chickpeas, rice, wheat have an improved protein quality score in this metric. And then in our second metric that they suggested, which is similar, just different scoring pattern. And just to know that these are hypothetical scoring systems, they haven't been approved, but they're just showing an example of how our protein score might change when we actually look at a more holistic picture of the protein source. We see that things, again, in the last line, beef again, or their score is actually lower than our plant-based sources, or soy or chickpeas or pistachios or whole grain or rice, because their overall health impact and environmental impact outweighs the benefit that they have in terms of their amino acid quality. Which leads to this development. This is actually a framework depicting short and long-term outcomes of health from protein. And if you see on the left, right now, the protein scores that we speak about for our different sources generally speak about immediate benefit, right? They speak about things like digestibility, balancing the nitrogen or the total protein in the body, tissue protein turnover. But if we extend our view of what we talk about for protein quality, to look more at growth and tissue repair, immune function, skeletal mass, mental performance, sleep patterns, detoxification. And then if we even extend our view even more to look at longer term options, such as life course events, looking at functional losses of bone and muscle and immunity and cognitive decline, and even our nutritional related diseases, cardiovascular disease, cancer, hypertension, oxidative stress, we can see that a protein quality that encompasses or looks into long-term outcomes will give a better picture of the quality of a food source versus just the immediate right now today benefit. So this is actually one of the things that the nutrition community is starting to appreciate, and it's one of the things that is pushing the narrative in terms of how we consider quality of food sources and being more holistic in our view of especially things like protein quality from our plant and animal-based sources, such as pulses or beans. So in some areas of the world, insufficient intake of protein and or energy is responsible for significant morbidity and mortality. And it is therefore understandable that international organizations such as the WHO, FAO, will periodically make recommendations for assessment of protein quality as defined by, as we said, how efficiently they supply these essential amino acids. However, such recommendations may have unintended consequences among economically advantaged countries in which protein intake is high and largely derived from sources that are otherwise deleterious to the health of people and the planet alike. In conclusion, the question I pose then is it oxtail and beans, or do we need to allow people to be able to choose, especially in Jamaica, of having it be oxtail or beans? And thank you. I actually conclude right here. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daniel Thomas. At this time, love the presentation. Are there any questions for Dr. Thomas, our junior research fellow at UE? Any questions?
I see a question here in the chat of whether we need 3 ounces of protein per day. Well, we'd have to actually quantify what 3 ounces of, because each protein source has an individual protein density. So you'd actually have to come see what the protein quantity of that protein source would be. But as I said, for the average male of 70 kilograms, he needs about 50 to 60 grams of protein a day. So you can see what your protein source is and see what quantity of that protein source would need that total gram intake.
Right. A lot of the vegetarians who are here online and watching would say that this is excellent news, that eating beans is far better than consuming meat products. All right, so excellent. All right, I'm just going over to the YouTube just to make sure that the YouTube questions also from that platform are answered. If there are no other questions here, we'll just make sure that YouTube is actually clear of their questions also. Then we are going to transition to Dr. Munchi as she looks at the education.
So 60 grams is about 2 ounces. Gloria.
All right. So yes, Dr. Gregory, can you convert the gram? Okay. Needed
so
already.
3 ounces would be adequate for most protein sources.
All right. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
At this time, We do have a question from Sharp. All pulses and all rice are not equal. Would you recommend? Which bean would you recommend for children versus adults?
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sharp, for the question. Exactly. So one of the areas of the research that we're looking at is actually which pulses, in terms of the amino acid composition of each pulse, they're actually different, even within bean categories. I say a red kidney bean from Kingston or farming in Portland might not be the same as a red kidney bean in Clarendon. So exactly true. The rice, and also we said for rices and pulses also have different ratios of these amino acids. What we're looking at though is having adequate pairing of the two, and having adequate consumption of the overall diet in terms of the caloric intake or the total protein intake of the diet. Which beans would you recommend for children versus adults? Also, would basmati be better than brown rice? Okay, I can't speak to whether basmati and brown rice, which one is better in terms of, are you speaking from a protein quality perspective or of an overall health perspective? If you want to speak about health, we'd have to break down the fiber content and the other mineral content of those to see which one would outshine. But then we'd also have to speak about the carbohydrate proportions in terms of whether it's fast digestible or slow digestible, resistant starches, and we could be here for a while talking about that. But that's actually not my main area. So I wouldn't want to jump to give a recommendation for that. What I'd say for adults though is that if we have a varied mixture of these beans in adequate proportion, in other words, that they're not short, they're not having a small. Once the diet is adequate, the need or the concern about which bean exactly is not as important. And for children, it's probably important to ensure that they're eating adequate supply. Children are a little bit picky. So it might be finding the beans or finding ways to prepare them in the ways that the children will be able to consume them adequately, so that they get the total intake that they need. So children is a more dicey situation. There are some recommendations in younger children where the experts are still trying to conclude whether protein sources on their own are adequate for plant-based sources of protein on their own are actually adequate for children. And that's an area that's being studied or being looked into more. But right now, the evidence would suggest that if a child is able to consume protein in an adequate amount that will meet the total protein requirement for that age, that the source should not be that significant. But we'll see what the research will unfold in the next months to years.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Thomas. We do appreciate your research. Indeed, it's good to know that we do need a lot of sources for our protein. Those that can be our legumes, and of course, it also helps to save the environment. So we really do appreciate research.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Douglas. Thanks, Dr. Douglas.
All right. All right, at this time, we will now ask Dr. Tabetha Munchi to present. She's from the College of Natural and Applied Sciences and Applied Health at Northern Caribbean University. She will speak on the impact of breakfast consumption on classroom behavior and performance of students in private university in Mandeville. Dr. Munchi, we welcome you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the invite to present this topic, the effect of breakfast consumption on behavior and academic performance. This research was conducted by my undergraduate students, Chinel and Anika, under my supervision. I was also assisted by my colleagues, Dr. James Fowler and Ms. Shan Jones. from the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. So this is a very good follow-up after listening to the importance of protein that has just been presented. So I'm here also to emphasize the importance of breakfast, which will also incorporate in high level the protein that we just heard about. And what could we consider to be nutrients-dense breakfast? I know so many people don't take breakfast. Even if I was to ask right now, I don't know how many people took breakfast this morning. Did you? Well, many times I've asked the same questions to my students, and especially of late, sometimes people who are teachers, they'll agree with me. Sometimes we see students not active in class, maybe sleepy, not energetic. And listening to this research, you'll come to agree that breakfast has a lot to contribute to what we see in our classes. There's a concern about breakfast consumption, and especially with academic performance, and not only academic performance, but even behavior in the classes. And this is not only in Jamaica, but it is worldwide. You go to all countries, schools, students suffer because they skip breakfast or they don't take breakfast. So according to Ratin and Zibat, breakfast consumption should be the first thing people should take in the morning after going through so many hours of fasting throughout the night. Actually, it should be able to contribute 20 to 30 total daily needs. Now, what happens when people are undergoing through the fasting throughout the night? The sugar levels, the blood sugar levels go down. And when the sugar levels go down, glycogen is released to supply the glucose into the bloodstream. And as a result, in the morning, the glycogen are also low. So the body now begins to break down fatty acid in order to provide energy in the morning, because the stores are completely depleted, and yet brain depend on glucose to supply the energy. Now you can imagine a student who is going to class who has undergone through the fasting throughout the night, and they are supposed to concentrate, they are supposed to use their brain. What happens? So breakfast increases your energy levels and replenishes your glycogen stores that will metabolize and maintain life throughout the day. Actually, if I was to be asked, I know many people emphasize on dinner, lunch, supper, but not breakfast. If one was to choose which meal to take, if you are to take only one meal, I'll encourage you to take breakfast. According to David, 2020, he stated that nutrients in breakfast not serve as energy sources, but also helps people to stay alert, focused, and intelligent. He continues to say that consistent breakfast consumption is linked to better subject knowledge, regular attendance, and improved problem-solving skills among students. And also recent studies have demonstrated that breakfast enhances intellectual capacity, concentration, attention, and academic performance. A research done by Adufas 2013 mentioned that consuming breakfast helps students to learn better as it relates to cognition, conduct, and academic success. So both academic and also product behavior. Furthermore, maintaining focus and attention in classes results to long-term academic achievement and more productive learning environment. So not only we also see when we conduct the research to see whether it is significant, a research that was done by Taha found that breakfast consumption statistically was significant with academic performance. Philip also found out that breakfast eating behavior among college students was found to be significant, and it improved test ability to 65%. So those students who had taken breakfast, they performed better in their test. Actually, 65% of them performed better in their test. So the study also indicated that skipping breakfast among university students was linked with bad academic performance, lack of energy, cognitive function disruption, mood swing, memory retention issues, and mood shifts. So both academic and behavior, because when someone is having empty stomach, you see them having mood swing. And therefore, the purpose of this study was to investigate the consumption of breakfast as it relates to classroom behavior and even performance. And specifically, it is investigated the frequencies of breakfast consumption among the university students. It assessed the knowledge and attitude towards breakfast consumption, and also examined whether the quantity and quality of breakfast consumption had any effect on their academic behavior and performance. The variables that were used the independent variables were frequencies of breakfast consumption, knowledge and attitude of breakfast consumption, quantity and quality of breakfast consumption, while the dependent variables were classroom behavior and academic performance. Now, the methodology that was used to conduct this study, it used both quantitative and qualitative method. Quantitative data were collected using online questionnaire, while qualitative, we conducted interviews, and we also did the observation. The study utilized a convenient sampling procedure to gather data among 317 students. For data analysis, SPSS version 29 was used. Now let us look at the results of the study. Now we started by finding out the frequencies of breakfast consumption. It is interesting to note that student respondents, they consumed breakfast. Majority of them consumed breakfast only 1 to 2 times a week. Actually, very few consumed breakfast on daily basis. So what does this mean? It means the nutrients needs are not met in the morning, and yet we've seen the skipping breakfast will have impact. It has implication when it comes to activeness, memory, and general classroom performance. Now, we also wanted to find out, for those who ate breakfast, what was the quantity, or how much, what was the amount of breakfast that was consumed? And we gave the samples to show like heavy quality breakfast or nutrients dense breakfast, using some of these Jamaica recipes here. So we asked them whether what amount of breakfast they consume. Now, majority of the students stated that they consume moderate breakfast, not heavy. A few of them take heavy breakfast, but majority of those who take breakfast, they take moderate breakfast. So the moderate consumption of breakfast means that majority of them don't take heavy breakfast, and yet studies have shown that students who ate heavily breakfast improve cognitive function. So this is because whenever a nutrient-dense meal is consumed, the mind is more alert, there's a lot of energy, and also they are able to recall what they have learned. And this is just a sample of what could be considered as nutrient-dense breakfast. You see some cereals there, fruits, nuts, some yogurt. So a combination of this variety, and if people could consume different variety every day, so that all the nutrients are met, this would be considered as nutrients dense. Study done by NEM also recommend breakfast consumption that is considered essential to replenish nutrient storage after a period of fasting. And so according to NEM, what should be considered to be like nutrients breakfast, it should have a combination of protein. Okay, we are emphasizing, of course, the vegetarian, and we have seen if you combine different types, you are able to meet the amino acids that are needed by the body. So legumes, nuts, milk, and we have various sources of milk that may not be from animal product. We have soy milk and so forth. So that protein should be emphasized in the breakfast meal. Also the carbohydrates, the cereals, the grains, the fruits, the vegetables, they should be considered when we talk about nutrient dense. Nutrient dense is opposite of calorie dense. You know, like sometimes people just eat the French fries. That is like empty calories. But nutrient dense, this is a diet that has nutrients that are essential to the body. And as we talk about the nutrients dense, we should consider controlling sodium and even saturated fatty acid. We you know, of course, sodium and the hypertension, it will affect that. Also, the type of fat. We don't encourage saturated fatty acid or oils from animal products. We encourage the unsaturated fatty acid. So these results are supported with the majority of the participants having moderate nutrition knowledge. When we asked about the knowledge, whether they have the knowledge of this nutrition and breakfast, the importance of breakfast, majority of them had just moderate knowledge, as we have seen that even in the consumption, majority are just getting moderate breakfast. Now, when we look at the breakfast preparation, we wanted to find out whether they are preparing breakfast. So majority of them said they avoid to prepare breakfast because if they did so, they would be late to attend their classes. So majority of the students also, when they were asked whether they perform better with breakfast or without breakfast, majority of them admitted to be having better grades or quizzes when they took breakfast. So when asked whether they also perform better during their final exam, majority still perform better. Those ones who take breakfast, they are the ones who say they perform better with breakfast consumption. Now, the correlation part, it was when we conducted the correlation, there was significant correlation between breakfast consumption and attentiveness, and also class participation. So those who consume breakfast are more attentive and they participate positively in classroom than those who have not consumed breakfast. There was also a significant correlation between quantity of breakfast and also class participation. So with heavy breakfast, students participate better in classroom. Now, the student admitted that when they ate breakfast, the classroom behavior improved significantly. And this study is supported, these results are supported by Gosh and Alta, who found out that eating breakfast helps people to stay attentive, focused. It helps intellectual aptitude, and also it leads to academic success. So the same studies demonstrated if breakfast is not consumed, academic performance may decline. Now, looking at the qualitative data, when we conducted the interviews and even with the observation, the reasons the student respondents gave for skipping breakfast was lack of time to prepare breakfast because of their tight schedules, especially with the increased academic work, and also stress resulting to not having enough sleep. You know, most of the students don't sleep enough. They claim to be doing their assignments and so forth. So in the morning, they don't have time. They just rush to class. Others say they don't feel hungry in the morning. Others said they lack money to purchase breakfast, or the breakfast is not accessible to them. Actually, most of the students who stay far away from cafeteria, they said breakfast is not accessible to them. And so these were the reasons that they gave. So these qualitative results are also supported by Garrido, and which indicated that those students who have socioeconomic status, lower socioeconomic status, these affect they are not able to afford breakfast on a regular basis. So money here is an issue, and it can affect their health. So the majority of the students are not taking breakfast. And this we have witnessed in classes, the academic performance. Sometimes we wonder why the students are performing very poorly, why they are not attentive. This breakfast, the study showed that this study showed the memory, the activeness performance, all these were a factor that were the results by not taking breakfast. And should this situation persist, most students may become malnourished, they will perform poorly, and you can imagine what future do we have with this poor concentration because of skipping breakfast. The economic factors, accessibility, and lack of time were also factors that lead to not taking breakfast. So what do we recommend now? I think most of the time, perhaps maybe we may not have really noticed this as a major concern, but I think it is good to reevaluate our policies, our university policies, and emphasize emphasize on the importance of incorporating this knowledge in the what we teach in our university, what for students to know the importance of breakfast consumption. And we should come up with strategies, promotions, so that we can encourage our students to be consuming breakfast. It is also suggested that measures should be readjusted, perhaps maybe adjusting the timetable so that maybe they don't start classes very, very early. Also, maybe I don't know whether we can promote the reduction of some cost, because the cost was seen as a factor why students are not purchasing breakfast. Accessibility of breakfast, of cafeteria or some eating places near to all students so that they can easily access breakfast. This could be the recommendation from this study. And I urge, as my conclusion, that let us all start taking breakfast on daily basis. And may God bless you. These are my references. And so let us all take care of our health.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munji, for your presentation, the importance of breakfast. So not only for the students who are studying, but for everyone. Are there any questions for Dr. Munji at this time? All right, let's give them a chance if they could raise their hands at this time. And I want to check also the YouTube chat to see if there's any questions for you on that side of the program. All right, so no questions yet, and no hands have been raised, and the YouTube chat is also okay. Okay, there we have Roberts. Go ahead, Tanaka Roberts.
Hi, how are you? Just a quick question. How can you help like students? I'm in the education business. What's a quick thing that kids could grab in your class, see, because they're not doing that. They come in front of you. What, as a teacher, you don't have time for them to sit to have a whole entire meal. What's a good, quick thing that you could probably provide as a teacher in your room that they could quickly eat to have?
Dr. Bucci?
Okay. Okay. If let me rephrase. Are you asking what could a teacher do as a quick thing to encourage students to eat breakfast? Is that the question?
And no, let's say you're providing a snack.
Sorry?
A quick snack, then, that teachers could give you.
Oh, okay. Actually, I remember sometimes I have done that to my students. Sometimes, you have students who are sleepy, they don't have, and they tell you they don't have even money to purchase breakfast. I remember I've bought breakfast several times to my students. Yeah, it's a challenge, especially when you are teaching and the student and the student tell you they don't have money to purchase breakfast. So snacks, yes. I don't know whether we should be carrying snacks in classes. Well, yeah, we can come up with all ways to encourage our students to eat something, because it is very boring as a teacher. You are studying in front of a class and students are not concentrating. They are not listening to you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Munji. Tapper, your turn. Charmaine Tapper.
Good afternoon. Great presentation. I have done something similar in my classes, in my 8 o'clock classes in particular. What I've done is set up a tea station or a breakfast station. And so we would have like peppermint, some Milo. I know there's sugar in that, but we would have some teas there and just hot water. People would bring in their oats if they need, those those ready oats. We've done things like that. And then I've also asked them to, like, different groups would be responsible for the breakfast station for a week or a session. And so they would decide what they would bring in. But in addition to that, I'd also use some sugar bun. The cafeteria does some really good sugar bun at Sorensen Hall. So we would have some of those as well. But it's a very good question. What exactly can we put into these tea stations or breakfast stations? I suspect would also be a good thing if there are no allergens there. But it's a really great presentation, and I have seen how it would have made a big difference in my classes, especially my 8 o'clock classes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Munchie. We do appreciate your research, a very important and critical one. We will now utilize some of our student researchers at this time, and they will present their case. We're going to start off with Jada Francis and et al. Jada Francis, Elizabeth Burton, Abigail Anderson, and Abigail Brown, who did a study on the exploration of the impact of dairy consumption on the menstrual cycle of female university students aged 18 to 29. Yes, the impact of dairy consumption on the menstrual cycle. So at this time, we invite Jada Francis et al. To now present.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Douglas, I'm not able to share my screen, I guess, so.
You can at this point in time.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm just going to bring up our presentation. Please let me know if you are seeing it.
Yes, we are.
All right, so we will begin. So good afternoon, everyone. Once again, it's a privilege and a pleasure to be here to present. We are a group of undergraduate researchers who decided to explore the impact of dairy consumption on the menstrual cycle on female university students aged 18 to 29. And the presenters will be Abijah Anderson, Abigail Brown. Elizabeth Burton is not feeling well today, so she's unable to present with us, and myself, Jada Francis. And this was done in requirement and fulfillment of our undergraduate research project, and our advisor was Dr. Jacqueline Vigilance at Northern Caribbean University. So Abijah will now continue to take us into the beginning of the presentation.
All right, so our research question was, how does dairy consumption impact the menstruation of young university women aged 18 to 29 years old? Our aim was to determine the impact that dairy consumption has on the menstruation of young women aged 18 to 29 years old. Our objectives are to assess the relationship between consumption of dairy products and menstruation symptoms among participants, and to determine the impact of dairy consumption on the duration of the menstruation of the participants. Our hypothesis: higher dairy consumption among female university students aged 18 to 29 is associated with more severe menstrual symptoms and longer duration of menstruation. Our assumptions were dairy consumption affects menstruation, and vegans would not have severe menstrual symptoms or longer menstruation. All right, so our research, okay. All right, so with our introduction, the menstrual cycle is a vital physiological process in the reproductive health of women. It entails of hormonal and physiological changes that occur cyclically over a specific time frame. Dairy consumption is a significant component of a human's diet and can impact various aspects of human health. Dairy products are also known to be rich sources of essential nutrients which encourages bone health, growth, and overall nutrition. The effects of dairy consumption on the menstrual cycle have not been extensively studied, and it requires further investigation. Understanding the impact of dairy consumption on menstruation can have serious implications for a woman's health. So this provides insights into diet recommendations and interventions to improve menstrual cycle regularity and its symptoms.
All right, so we'll move on to the methodology, and or primary use of dissemination of information was through a questionnaire that was created using Google Forms, and it was disseminated through various social media platforms, the main one being WhatsApp, for women to answer within the age range of 18 to 29. Now, participants were informed at the beginning of the questionnaire that their participation was confidential and anonymous. Informed consent was obtained from all participants before their inclusion in the study. Now, a main questionnaire consisting of a series of structured questions was done to gather information on participants' demographic characteristics, their dietary habits, their menstruation length, menstruation symptoms, and overall menstruation quality. An additional questionnaire allowed for participants to log their symptoms throughout the duration of menstruation. A total of 46 female university students who fit the age profile of 18 to 29 responded to the questionnaire, and 40 of whom consumed dairy products. The sample size was determined based on the feasibility of data collection within the given time frame and or resource constraints. Now, it should be noted that the data collected was analyzed using crosstabs and chi-square association. We move on to our results. Now, 87% of people of the 40 said that they noticed changes in their mood or emotions over their menstrual cycle duration. Now, the mood change that was logged the most by participants was that they became more emotional during menstruation. Now, 85% did not notice changes in their menstruation with dairy intake, but it should be noticed that those who noticed changes due to dairy intake noticed mainly changes in having less severe symptoms, especially pain and acne. Now, of this number, 54.8% consumed dairy products once a day, 31% consumed dairy products twice per week, and 35.7% had a menstrual bleeding duration of 5 days. 4.8% had hormonal imbalance, and those were just some of the notable figures that we saw when calculating the data. Now, 90% of participants experienced moderate menstrual symptoms, and 69% experienced a slight impact on their daily life from menstrual symptoms. 19.5% exercised twice a week, while 45.2% did not exercise at all. And point 3, which tells us about 85% who did not mainly notice changes in their dairy intake. You can see this being shown on the chart right here. And it shows that 85% did not notice change associated with dairy intake, and 15% indeed found some changes due to dairy intake. This is a chart that shows the moods and emotions that were experienced during menstruation, and it was highlighted before in some of the results I read. And just to let you be a little bit more aware of some of these moods and emotion, 14.3% said they were emotional, 4.8% said they were sad and irritable, and we had a further percentage saying irritable and annoyed, and further percentage experiencing other moods and emotions. Now we will move on to our limitations.
Okay, now as researchers, we recognized that there were some limitations with our research, and we went ahead to make a note of them. Now, the first limitation is that the participants in the study were not as diverse as we had intended, and as a result, there was an inadequate number of participants under each group initially outlined in the experiment. Now, the goal was to have a minimum of 15 subjects in each group, while we ended up having 40 persons in the first group being females who consume dairy products, which amounted to 86% of the sample size. And then we had 3 persons in the second group being females who have never consumed dairy products, equivalent to 7%. And then another 3 in the final group, which is females who will be eliminating dairy for 1 cycle, which is equivalent to 7%. Another limitation is that all participants in the study did not fill out the additional questionnaire that we had sent out. That questionnaire represented a mimic to the Flow app, which was organized to track the daily symptoms they experienced during menstruation. Our third limitation is that the age range, though strategically chosen, limited the ability of the researchers to gain access to individuals belonging particularly to the vegan group. So the age range and criteria for the participants, is that they were to 1, be university students, and 2, fall within the age range of 18 to 29. That, however, limited the access that we had to persons who were vegan, and it ultimately limited our research or results in the sense of having equal representation from each group. Another limitation, as a result of the research topic, it was noted that prior research studies related to the hypothesis in question were limited and ultimately harder to find. And that, of course, would make it difficult when it comes on to our references for our research. And the final limitation that we recorded is that when analyzing, it was noted that the survey implemented to collect information should have included the question, do you consume an increased amount of dairy during the time of your menstruation? So when we were analyzing the results, we had recognized that that is a question that we should have included in our questionnaire. Now, we also have some recommendations. These are things that we think would really be beneficial should they be implemented. The first is to execute a larger scale research to include a more diverse population of young females ranging from 18 to 29. This would allow the researchers to have a more comprehensive analysis of the relationship in question, as well as account for various factors like lifestyle, genetics, and the general diet. Additionally, we would conduct a longitudinal study to investigate the long-term effects of dairy consumption on the menstrual cycle. And this one is very significant now. We would provide education to women pertaining to menstrual health and the potential impact of dietary factors, particularly dairy, on the quality of one's menstrual cycle. And the final recommendation that we have is to nurture relationships between researchers, nutritionists, and healthcare professionals in efforts to gather a holistic approach to addressing dietary considerations, particularly in relation to dairy consumption. In conclusion, see if we can get that last slide. Great. It says dairy consumption among female university students aged 18 to 29 may be linked to menstrual symptoms and the length of menstruation. Further research with a larger and more diverse population is recommended to validate these findings. And I can share that after we concluded our research last year, we were all very intrigued and interested in doing further research in the future to really be able to validate the conclusions that we would have gotten from this research. So thank you very much for listening to our presentation. We hope that you learned something new and that you are also interested in finding out more about the relationship, if there is one, between dairy consumption and the menstrual cycle. Here is our references on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Douglas, and thank you all for listening. As Abigail said, That is the ending of our presentation, and I can something from it that is salient and will be interested, as she said, in learning more and furthering their research based on this topic. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Just had to slip out a while. All right, are there any questions? All right, no questions. Thank you very much, Data Francis and team, for your presentation. At this time, is Natalie Ricketts and team available? All right, I don't see Natalie Ricketts and team. They were to present on the effects of apricot oil on spontaneous tumors in Purgadali laboratory rats. Natalie, Ruth, and Davitia, Daniel, and Lorenzo Gunter. All right, that being said, we're going to move on. Our next presenter will come, and it's our penultimate presentation will be from Dr. Morton Frankson, Director of Research and Statistics at NCU, and of course, he's the physician for the students at this time. So, Dr. Frankson. All right, seems like we have lost Dr. Frankson. He had a presentation on the effects of COVID. Until we get back Dr. Frankson, yeah, I'm not seeing him in the chat. The final...
I'm right here, sir. I'm right here.
Oh, great, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Frankson.
Could you give me screen sharing privileges, please? Will allow me to screen share. Are you hearing me?
You now have that ability.
You now have the ability. I feel powerful. Let's see your let's see what happens when I do that now. But not seeming to get anywhere yet.
So we are seeing your screen, just that your files are opening on your computer. computer, but we're seeing what
it's opening in the wrong place. Yes. No. Do you see me now? My PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
You see the title of my presentation too?
All right, prominent risk factors for.
All right, great. So we're in business.
All right, you can probably enlarge. You can go to slide view so we can see.
Trying to find that little wonderful thing to enlarge to make it better. Slideshow.
There we go.
And with slideshow, I will go to
the very first one in that line.
Yeah. There you go. Great. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Well, it's a privilege to be here again. And I would like to present to you something that would bring back memories, having all of us passed through a pandemic a little while ago. To remind you that we're not out of it yet. The President of the United States is recovering from it with all his precautionary measures. So none of us are really safe from it. But let us hope that we all have developed such good immunity that if we get it, it's just like a passing cold. But it still can be dangerous to people. And I mentioned this morning in my devotional talk, even a flu virus is dangerous, especially when you're at the wrong stage in your life. So my talk today comes from work that was done by Dr. Nina Thompson and myself, Dr. Alfonso Blake, McKay Forbes, Sabike Hinda Butler in the Bahamas. And I was there last year, or part of last year, we collected data and we really wanted to see what are prominent risk factors for the pathosis that is anosmia and abusia in COVID-19 adult patients in another Caribbean country, countries in Bahamas, of course. And here are some abbreviations that you remember them, some of you and some of you have happily forgotten them, like RT-PCR. That used to take away quite a bit of money from us, didn't it? As we would have to test to travel. SARS-CoV-2, severe acute respiratory syndrome virus. COVID-19, WHO's World Health Organization, and most of the others, you don't know. SBC is South Beach Clinic in the Bahamas, Nassau, New Providence Island, in which the capital city Nassau is. Anosmia and abusia are really very typical of the early stages of COVID-19. But I must hasten to tell you that we've had people, so I've had relatives who have had loss of smell and loss of taste after a viral infection, even years before the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have come to know these two, anosmia and abusia, associated with the COVID-19, but other viruses can do it. And, the Daher and associates, of course, mentioned it as a new manifestation in COVID-19 and even asymptomatic individuals as well. And that work that was published there in 2020 of June. And so forth. Found that a quarter of persons were asymptomatic, about a quarter had anosmia and 23% had abusia. So the percentages are very close to each other for each of those two symptoms. And the CDC was quite happy to tell us about this and to report that was from in early January of 2020 actually, if you remember. And during the early phases, it was enough to ask people if they just had that alone to self-isolate and even look at quarantine and other protective equipment and so forth. And that sometimes cough, fever, chill, sore throat, shortness of breath, or difficulty of breathing, and muscle pain accompanied that. And those of us who actually had the full-blown illness have suffered that, and we know that that is true. I look at the literature, it tells us that the definition is for anosmia, is another word for it is olfactory dysfunction or altered sense of smell. It's complete, or it could be decreased or distorted, where you can have hallucinations of your smell and smell things that are not there. And as I said, we didn't have to wait until the pandemic to know of this. We have known of these things for other viruses as well. And in most cases, it's temporary. But a few people, and so I have a relative who actually, after many, many years, still cannot smell properly. And it does alter your lifestyle, your quality of life. This person that I'm thinking of, really, after all the effort that they put in their own cooking, they can't smell it. And they just use their experience. Thank God the person is a very good cook. And I enjoy their food. So we use the standard approaches to look at the literature and look for that particular diagnosis, that particular description of it, the definition, and also for the one for hibiscus, which is gustatory or taste dysfunction or altered sense of taste. And again, it can be completely decreased or distorted, and most times temporary. But occasionally, one or two people will sadly say it's permanent. This slide just tells you that we looked at a lot of articles. Because if you can remember, a lot was being published, some of it very good, and we were able to, for the purpose of this study, exclude 422 and focus on 58 of articles to inform us as we developed our proposal. The search terms that we had used were as listed here: anosmia, hyposmia, paroxysmia. Those are all terms that are when it's dysfunctional or lessened, olfactory dysfunction, altered smell, severe, and so forth. And agusia, hypogusia, dysgusia, gustatory dysfunction, and altered taste for the taste side of things. We were able to find 101 studies who looked at dysgusia on 11,337 COVID positive patients, and which that means the prevalence of about a third, a little over a third, 33.6%, ranging a very narrow band of about 35% to 45%. So somewhere between 1 in 3 to 2 in 5 persons who had COVID-19 had this problem. And you might be able to look back at persons who you remember had it, and you could see that not everybody was reporting it. But there was about 1 in 3, which are 2 in 5, almost a half of them that had that. And Passarelli, systematic review on 5 studies on 10,818 persons, really told us that it was when it was actually even more in their study, 74.8%. So you see, it's from study to study, it varies. And if you look at the range was in some studies as low as 5%. It's 1 in 20 to 85%, which is what, 4 in 5 persons having with anosmia. So it depended on, it's very varied, depending on the population group and so forth. And a similar thing here when you look at agusia. The range now is about 81.6%. The range is from 6% to 18%. In one study, 18.6% presented both. That's almost 1 in 5. It's 1 in 6 actually presented with both anosmia and agusia. And some of us remember having both of those conditions. And others have looked at various other studies as well. Anosmia and Nebusia, and 15% of them occurred in the early stages of the COVID-19. No wonder CDC had made the recommendation that once you see that happening, you probably have that particular infection and you should start to self-isolate, etc. And this other study here shows pretty much similar things, and that it was more common in females than in males, somewhat more common. It's not that dramatically more common. The rationale for our study was, gaining insight into this thing of loss of smell and loss of taste. And we were happy that many global studies were done, but few regional studies. So, and none in the Bahamas, for example, and maybe none in Jamaica too. And so we did that study based on the fact that we wanted to see if we were having the same experience as other international folks were. When we went into the study, we had actually guessed that about a little under a third of them would have both, based upon some of the figures that we showed a while ago. And that there might be differences by sex, females will be more, and that the anosmia would commence within the first 4 days, or even up to a week. And most people typically would have full recovery. So our aim in this study was to get a measure of the risk. What are some of the things that are risk factors that could lead up to this in this particular group of persons who were already known to be positive for the COVID-19 virus? And so we were interested in the prevalence of both things and also how long it was the clinical manifestation of both of them, and what are some of the risk factors. And then from there, come up with odds ratios that would help us to maybe look at things and see even if there was something that might be preventative, if possible. Our methodology was, we focused on New Providence, which is the biggest populated island. It's really one of the smaller Bahamian islands, the archipelago, but it's nestled between some of the bigger islands. And for cultural reasons, etc., 70% of the population is in New Providence, where the capital city, Nassau is. And during that study period, we had over 10,000 people with COVID-19. So we had lots of participants potentially. And we have 10 adult public clinics there. There's 2 public and 2 private hospitals as well. So these were the portals for which people would come to clear. Our study design that we used was a case control study, unmatched one. And as I told you, the duration was the first quarter of the year, last year. And when Princess Margaret had her problems, she was put by the royal family on the ship and was shipped around, and everywhere she landed, the government welcomed her and named a hospital Princess Margaret Hospital. So we have Princess Margaret Hospital in Australia, we have Princess Margaret Hospital in several other places in the world, including right here in Jamaica at Morant Bay. And of course, indeed, in Nassau, there's a Princess Margaret Hospital, and it's the public hospital. The long history that is similar to the history of how we got our hospitals as well. And then there's the South Beach Clinic, which is more a comprehensive health center that also is the biggest. And it became one of the main portals as well, through which we could get information about these participants. So what we did was we identified a hospital and that one clinic and went to the accident and emergency department. We mainly looked for everybody to get in the study, you had to have been positive. An adult over 18 or over, both sexes didn't matter. English speaking, because we only had time to do English speaking data collection survey sheet along with it. And you had to be legally resident in the Bahamas. You did not need to be a citizen. Of course, we were going to do a telephone interview of those people, identifying who were the cases and who were the controls when it came to anosmia and abusia. And that's a little confusing for some people sometimes because we only looked at COVID-19 positive people, but that wasn't our main interest. Our main interest was in that group of HIV positive people who had these diseases, these pathoses of anosmia and abusia, and those were the cases, and who did not, and those were the control. But both groups were HIV positive. So I just want to make that absolutely clear. And when we couldn't reach those persons, of course, that we had found records that they had actually visited the clinic, we did exclude them. And the incarcerated, we exclude as well, actually ill persons. Well, being a case control study, we use the proper sample size formula, as you can see to the right. And I'm not going to harass you today with the mathematics of it. It was simpler to say we looked at the proportion of those who would be we expected to be having these problems of anosmia and abusia. Proportion who would be having certain other risk factor symptoms in the anosmia group and in the abusia group. And those were formed our P1 and P0s. And we also, now once we got that sample size figured out crudely, which is that long second to last one there. Once we got that figured out, we put that N in the last formula and did the adjusted thing. And out came our sample size. And we decided that it became evident to us that we needed at least 523 participants to be in this study, answering our survey. And if we estimated that 10% of the persons that we called would refuse, then we would just divide the 523 by 1 minus 10, 1 minus 0.1. And we, therefore, it tells us we would have to reach out to 581 potential participants. If 10% of that refused, then we would come right back safely to our 523, and we would be within that. And we hope to even exceed that. And in this study, we performed well. So we got the usual ethical approvals and permissions by the administration of the government and so forth. And we got their information as they came in, persons' information about their basic information as they came in for help at these COVID central stations at South Beach Clinic and at Princess Margaret Hospital. And we would also, from there, retrieve their telephone numbers. And then from there now, we would random, with that batch of telephone numbers, we randomly pick and do random digit dial-in telephone interview, completing the survey. And our survey had major and minor symptoms form that we got from reliable sources with CDC, etc. And it's really a structured specific item with 32 items focusing on socio-demographic characteristics, clinical symptoms, the pathoses we're interested in, and anosmia and abusia. And give us information about duration as well, treatment that might have been administered. And we made sure that it remained anonymous. As we spoke to people, we did not require, in other words, their names or any of those kind of identifiers that would make it be less confidential. But throughout the process was held for confidential, especially when you're in a small country. The 1/10 is the size and population of, say, Jamaica. Everybody knows everybody, so you have to be particularly careful to ensure confidentiality. Once people are nervous that you are not handling their data properly, they're not going to be compliant, cooperating with you. And we couldn't afford that. So we use the standard anosmia 17-item reporting tool. And it was an already validated tool by the American Otolaryngology Head and Neck Surgeons Society. And we got permission from them to use it. And there were one or two areas that we just need to manage so that tweak so that it sounded like it was how Bahamians talk. And that's a good thing to do when you're doing surveys and you're borrowing the instruments from other reputable sources. You do the bare necessary to adapt it so that the local people can understand it. The questions are asked in a way that sounds like how we speak to each other, or else you're going to get a bias coming in from the participants, even confusing information, otherwise known as participant information bias. So our data collection and management was standard approach. We used the Microsoft Excel. We could have used RedCap or one of those things, but we kept it basic. And once we went through, we double entered information and we clean up any errors and use version 29 of our IBM SPS and statistics. And as I said, confidentiality, we made sure that it even past the interviewing process into the data collection and analysis, we made sure and reporting that confidentiality was upheld, and whatever we did electronically, we backed it up and secured it, as we said here. Our statistical analyses were the standard kinds of measures of central tendency, meaning or the median and percentages, and of course, with charts, figures, which I'll show you shortly, and measures of dispersion that came along with them, with the mean would be the standard deviation, with the mode would be the range, and with the median would be the range. And we use a variety of statistical tests as appropriate for whichever questions we were asking. And for odds ratios, we would have used a logistic regression to do that, and as well as simple crosstabs for 2x2s. But whenever we wanted to control for things that we were not interested in, like person's age and so on, we would then make the model more complex. And we thought this study was of minimal risk to participants and so forth. And here are the results. So we really outdid ourselves. We reached out to 659 participants, not the 580 something that I told you that we had planned for. And yet still we fell short, because remember we needed 522,000. But we, so our response rate was not 10%. Our non-response rate was not 10%, but almost 30%. So we ended up with 465 persons, but that's still a decent number on which we could move forward with most of the things that we're interested in assessing as to whether they were risk factors. When you look at the participants' age, which is an average of 44.9, almost 45 years old on average, if you look at the mean, you will see a funny thing where to the left there, you will see nobody was in this study was younger than 19 years old. Well, that's by design, because remember in the exclusion criteria, we said that they had to be consenting adults. So that was the only strange thing with their age, and that was us who forced it to look like that. And we had almost 3 in 5 of our participants being female, and 2 in 5 being males. That's the number to go with it. And almost equal numbers of our participants were single and married. And then you had a smaller percentages, as you can see there, of other levels of the marital status variable. And when you looked at the professional makeup, 1 in 6 of them, 15.9, probably 16%, were healthcare workers, and the other 5 in 6 were not. That's the actual numbers there. And half of them were senior high school, completed senior high school, and the 1/3, 34.6%, college. So between those two, we're talking about 85% of our participants. And so this is a very intelligent group of persons. Very few were primary school, highest education was primary school. Those would have been very old people who in those days, other options for education were not available. So they went through life and bettered it for their children and so on. And 7% were university grads. Those are the actual numbers. And 70.9% of them were full-time workers. And one of the blessings of residing in that particular island is a high employment stat rate. And it was reflected in the actual demographics that we had here. And I've showed you these before. And I showed you these before as well. But I wanted to see here that a good 54.6% of the participants, the last statistic on this slide here, were obese, 254 persons. And that is no doubt a troubling sign. You know, over half of the population are obese. And it's normally a risk factor for many things. Hypertension came in with maybe half of that percent, and overweight. So if you combine obese and overweight, we're actually talking about 80-something% of the persons were at least overweight. This is quite a different makeup of population group from, say, Jamaica. However, they're not too far from us when it comes to hypertension. As 1/3 of them had hypertension, it was the most common medical condition, apart from the obesity and the overweight issue. And 15% had diabetes, and less than 10% had chronic sinusitis, because that was one of the risk factors that we had wondered if persons who have sinusitis were the ones who were going to get or not get an asthma and a glucea more so than the others. There's no surprise here. 10 times more males smoked than females, whereas 3% of the females, it was 33.0% of the males. And over twice as many times the males drank than females, 22.9% versus 51.5%. And we asked them, where do they think they might have first contacted this particular virus? And over a quarter of them, were almost tending to a third, 99.6%, said they thought it might be close contact. And was not surprising because travel was restricted. Small percent said travel, and so on. Now, when it comes to the prevalence of anosmia, that's the loss of smell, it was actually 127 or 27.4% of our participants with altered sense of smell. And that was pretty close to what we had hypothesized. Remember, we had hypothesized 30%. So we're not too bad at the guessing business. When we did the actual data collection, we weren't too bad. You know, we don't want people to have problems. So we're glad that it's slightly lower than we even predicted. And some out of that 127, most of them had anosmia and a glucea together, 4 in 5 of them. And just the remaining left that had anosmia alone, 65%. And of course, 100% of those who didn't have anosmia were the controls, because that's part of how you define your controls for that group. The same would be for the glucea as well, 449. But of the 122, of the rest, 122 altered sense of taste. And you can see here that most of them actually, as I showed you before, had both anosmia and a glucea, and a small amount had just a glucea itself. Let's still go back and look at it. 21 had anosmia itself. Over here, 16% had a glucea itself, or loss of taste. So they are not the same thing. And when you look at the onset of both things, 86.3% had anosmia at the beginning of the illness, whereas for the loss of taste, it was 92% had loss of taste at the beginning of this. And having had COVID myself, I quite well remember this, that one day I went in and just could not taste. And it didn't taste like I couldn't taste anything. It tasted like you had rubbed out my sense of taste. You had erased my sense of taste. And I remember even popping a clove of garlic in my mouth and chewing it up and not tasting a thing. And it was really, the scientist in me was so intrigued. Well, this is exactly what they were reporting as well, that that was the case. But 1 in 5 of them had anosmia, 90.7%, midway in the illness. That's when it would go. And, you know, a large percent of that should have actually 6.4%. That's the typo there. And the extent of the disease, when we asked people before they got tested and they felt they sent the other urgency to test for some reason or the other, 3/4 of them had a loss of smell from before they got tested, and several of them, 1/4 of them, reported that they did not have a loss of taste, of smell, but after the testing they had it. And it's kind of similar but even more intense story for Agusia. 9 in 10 of them prior to testing, so a few could not remember, and 9 in 10 again. It persisted even after they tested. And this whole thing was self-reported, and the median duration at which they thought that their anosmia lasted was 6 days, so a little less than a week. We had hypothesized that it would have lasted about 4 days, so 2 days later, who's going to quarrel with that? Almost everybody had full recovery. And just 1.6% had ongoing anosmia. So as I told you earlier on, a small percent, it does persist. And we hope that by now, most of those had gone. The same with Agusia as well. Similar pictures, 95.1% had fully recovered, and 2.5% still have ongoing. Well, what we did was we used a multiple logistic regression model to actually determine if some of the symptoms or some of the past things influenced the manifestation of anosmia and Agusia. And we found certain things that were actually correlated. If you had anosmia, you also tended to have a lot of fever and cough and tiredness and headaches. And this, again, is typifying of the virus. And this is what the logistic regression looks like. You actually, if I may guide you through it, just look at the second column on the left. And if you had fever, you were 65 times more likely to have fever if you had it. This one is for anosmia. Sorry, Agusia, loss of taste. And we were if you had tiredness, you were 20 times more likely to have it. Cough, 26 times. Headaches, 3.4 times. And if you also had loss of smell, then you were 40 times more likely to have had it. So what you notice here is that I mentioned earlier on that we were also checking for sinusitis and things like that. And the past history of sinusitis didn't enter into this as one of the predictors. I want you to note that. So this is a disease that is very much dominated by the present activity of the virus in its body. When you flip it the other way around now, let me move on there because I think the point has been made there and get into the discussion. The prevalence of anosmia and Agusia, as I said, what we hypothesized and what we found were pretty similar. And we are not surprised Patil, etc., et al. Found that a smaller proportion of their participants had anosmia or brucea or both than we did, but he reported in 2020 as well. Kloppenstein reported 67% of females compared with the males had anosmia. We also had a higher amount of anosmia in our females than males. And so your sex seems to be one of the predictors as well as the symptoms that you get because of the viremia. So the onset to full recovery, it was very much in keeping with what we had thought it would be. Patel also found a longer duration of loss of smell and taste, but they found that our patients did a little better. And when it came to exposure status, we had a lot of our participants saying they thought it was close contact. For Patel, their study had even higher percentages that they said were close contact. And when it came to history of traveling, we had 10%. And Annie and Akaria noted a similar percent, 7.8%, almost the same. So our experience in a nutshell here was pretty similar to what was being experienced elsewhere as far as Bahamas versus, say, some of those other places is concerned. And, well, we had, as I mentioned, a huge amount of our folks who were obese. And, but, we did not find any association between your body size and whether you had anosmia or brucea. We would have thought that might have been one. And we had actually said so in the hypothesis section, but that's one of the hypotheses that did not bear up. So please bear that in mind as you see people who have these viral illnesses. The work of the virus is just as vigorous on you, whether you are slim or whether you are plump, or as they call it in the Bahamas, fluffy. We had, again, no association between whether or not you had hypertension and diabetes and anosmia and brucea. Now, we know that whether or not you get COVID itself, it's increased if you have hypertension and diabetes. And it's also the same with obesity. But when it comes to anosmia and brucea, that's what we're talking about today. With those being overweight, etc., or having hypertension, and those are two common diseases, didn't pose an extra risk for that, which we thought were one of the areas that was useful in this study, because it helped us to be more realistic as we saw what people were telling us. And it was similar to what others had shown. So, we had some statistically significant differences that were unique by themselves. And again, that is not surprise. That it did not bear out though when we put them in the logistic regression model. The influence of the virus was so overwhelming that even though when you just look at the age and whether you had anosmia or not, we found that as you get older, you're more likely to have anosmia and brucea. It wasn't to that extent as was being the impact of the virus having on the taste buds and the olfactory organs. So that was also interesting. We found a weak relationship between them and their sex, as we told you, between the more females having it than males. They were 1.6 times more likely to have it than the females. And the relationship, however, was a weak one. Phi coefficient was really 1.108, which is a weak relationship. And I mentioned a higher proportion of females than males. So it increased that, but when we did the multiple logistic regression, which I go back to all the time, that difference in sex pales in comparison to what the effect of the virus itself is having in giving you fevers and cough and so on as being the really big predictors of whether you're going to have anosmia and brucea. And when you looked at that by whether you are at the beginning of the illness or midway in the illness or at the end of the illness, it was more at the beginning of the illness, it was more a story about females. But it switched actually near to the end of the illness, as you see in the last line there. 2/3 were males and 1/3 were females of those who still had the anosmia and the brucea. So ladies, you might get it more often, but you seem to throw it off quicker than you do. And that's just part of the super way in which God has built you. Does it affect neurological? Does having a neurological disease affect it? We thought that we found a relationship, but we really only had 3 persons in the study. So I'm not going to comment too much about that. That needs a further bigger study. And I hope we don't have to do that study, because I hope we never have this pandemic again to give us the needed sample size. But so we didn't find much of a relationship, and neither did Liechtenstein in their study as well. And smoking status, you would have thought that would have had an effect. And we found a strange effect. We found that those who smoked were protected. The non-smokers were twice as likely, 2.1, than the smokers to get anosmia and brucea. What is going on there? That needs further study. Is it that the nasal and the taste system has been so harassed by the previous chemicals from smoking that there's hardly anything left for the virus to come and change? Or what is it? We're not sure. And this is those are some of the interesting findings that happen sometimes in research. And we're not going to say too much about that, but rather to say it probably needs further investigations with other viruses and so forth. When it came to whether if you had anosmia, did you also get a brucea? You can see the odds ratio there. You are 101 times more relationship, or more likely to have one if you have the other. So 83.5% of the anosmia patients had brucea, and that shows that the condition is being both things are being affected quite simultaneously as we go along with this particular thing. So I mentioned this already, so I don't have to dwell on it. We had a lot of limitations in our study because it was rushed, but it was still done as thoroughly as we could. And these are subjective things that we ask people to recall over the telephone. We didn't do an actual test to see how much loss of smell they had. That would have been a practical thing at the time, but would have been ideal if we could have done it. There might have therefore been recall bias, selection bias, response bias even. You remember we ended up with 30% refusing rather than what we had thought it would have been 10%. And post-op interpretation of smell and taste, because it was on the news, so people could have thought about it more and then attribute it to themselves, even if they didn't have it. So we didn't think that would be too likely, but it's a possibility. So I mentioned it here as well. And we use the telephone. It's not the greatest way to interview people and collect data, but we did random digit dialing, so that's to the credit of this study. So some randomization was introduced there, and that added some quality to it. And we were operating during a period of, but remember those days, lockdowns. People were trying to not disclose their status, some of them. that was not too much of a problem with us because we had already gotten their information from the ports that they went for care. So we were able to reassure them that we were working very closely with that and that we would be very private with everything. That last point, media reporting, was definitely something that was going on. A lot of this was the most topical thing of the day, and so on. So, coming out of all of our study, what are we looking at as recommendations to with regards to risk factors for anosmia and ageusia? Well, the standard ones of self-care, self-management, there are guides that are put out by the ministries and so following them and encouraging our community individuals and in community to engage at that time of the emergence of pandemics in healthy lifestyle initiatives, hopefully even long before, because studies show that persons who are healthy lifestyle, including diet choices and so on, were even less likely to get the infection in the first place and to also get the anosmia and the ageusia sequelae from this. And if we're working in institutions, the contact, that was the most common reported method that people thought that they got the virus. Well, we would be recommending that they would make sure that the contact would be well managed and lessened. There's controversy now about this 6 feet apart and all that, but I want to reassure you that, remember, we didn't even know what we were doing. So don't get your pants, all stuck up in your socks over the 6 feet apart thing. People were doing the best that they could. I mean, it's after the fact, 2020 hindsight vision is just one of the most wonderful things, where you can talk things and talk conspiracy things and which plot it was and all of this kind of thing. Truth is, if there was another pandemic, there are many things that we would do similarly. More frequent testing of healthcare workers for anosmia and ageusia is also an important thing that institutions can do. Government agencies have their roles, their protocols, and mental and psychological support is also a large part, reassuring people that these symptoms are going to last just about a week or so and go away. And for the few who have it lasting long, then we can deal with those with specialist clinics. And the ongoing communication is so vital in everything in healthcare. And family medicine really plays a huge part of all of this. And being gatekeepers, they can help to spot some of these things and also help to push people towards more preventative measures and referral as appropriate. For those who are affected patients, loss of smell, there is olfactory training that can be done at special ENT clinics and so forth. And what next? Well, it's for the longer patients that I say longer follow-up, and objective olfactory testing needs to be done for those to see what it is that if they really have, the degree to which they have loss of smell and loss of taste. And for those, a better understanding of long-term outcomes of anosmia and ageusia is we still don't know if the ones who had anosmia and ageusia could predict certain other things 5-10 years down the road. So I can assure you that people are still looking at and following up these persons who were affected. And as we go on and on over the years, we're going to find out more interesting relationships that are going to make our eyes pop open sometimes, and sometimes it might even be a surprise relationship. It might show, for example, that those who had anosmia and ageusia get less dementia. Who knows? I'm just guessing here. Or they get more. I don't know, but that's why we do research. We did not look at children. We did not look at pregnant women and non-English speaking persons. But that would be a group, if we could get that data, we could also see what happens there too, because some of these are more vulnerable groups and so forth. So, you know,
thank you.
I want to just end here by saying that yes, there's, as you get older, you're more likely to get these symptoms, etc. But really, those are not the great predictors of anosmia nebulosa. The thing is, this virus was very, especially a certain strain of it, certain clades of it, were very specific to having this. And we thought we had gotten over that after we went into the Delta strain and so forth of the virus. But then later strains after that, just into last year, if you remember up to Christmas time of last year, the newer strain was also having more persons with anosmia and nebulosa. And so I hope that today's presentation just takes you through a little bit of a memory lane on that and reminds you that this is a condition that we were very fortunate and we were well equipped by God to handle, and that other interventions might have helped. This study did not look at whether the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated had this, because remember, this was a group of people who we looked at. We collected the data in early last year, but it was on people who actually had this condition before vaccine. So maybe another look out for other studies that have whether the vaccine helped or not in this particular thing. What I don't know is that with the persons who were vaccinated, much less of them had full-blown illness, and they mostly had it in a milder form. So not surprising, vaccines have helped us for so many decades. I can quite remember for several other related conditions, unrelated, mumps and so on. I remember as a boy seeing people wrapping up their heads with mumps, some of which would make them sterile, knock out their testes and so on and so forth. And measles and so on had its own problems, especially in the malnourished children among us. And more of them died than should have died, and so on. Because measles and malnutrition is a lethal combination. And in Jamaica, we don't have frank marasmus like we have in some other poor places. But we do have borderline malnutrition as people stretch the dollars and water down the baby's food and so forth. So the children come out a little more malnourished, but not quite showing it as much as the starving child, and so forth. So in those cases, vaccinations really have helped a lot of us who are alive today, and who are grown up in rough circumstances. The vaccination is one of the things that kept you from dying if you were in a borderline malnutrition state, if you were from a home that had it very hard. So I would end in saying, let us also pay attention to that aspect as well. I don't have the data comparing that as well, as I told you, but let us be balanced in our evaluations and our decisions when it comes to those things. And remember where we have come from. The vaccine that we dealt with this time was a novel kind of vaccine, and it has its own evaluations and so forth. But that is not going to be a primary part of my presentation today. Thank you so much. Still go out there and encourage people not to smoke and not to drink, even though the smokers seem to have had less anosmia and nebulosa, but they have other things that they had more of, because with the damaged liver, etc. You had, and I did not present any data about smoking, drinking, and deaths from COVID. That's another study. If you see that study, please send it to me. That would be interesting. But when it comes to other things, the bottom line again, healthy choices, practical, keeping close with your healthcare system, making sure you are a part of your healthcare system, making sure you realize you are your own best doctor, but not by yourself, in collaboration with the rest of the health team. God bless you. Thank you, Dr. Douglas. Thank you, audience.
Thank you, Dr. Frankson. Are any questions for Dr. Frankson at this time? All right, if not, we're going to jump into our very last presentation, after which I will explain the CEU, the credits offered by National Association of Jamaica and the Medical College of Jamaica. So if there are no questions, we're going to go into our last presentation, and we hope to have you out here before 2 o'clock. That last presentation will be done at this time, and we are going to be looking at a study that was based on last year's this experience. All right, so we're looking at the anthropometry and dietary practice among selected church volunteers in Central Conference of Seventh-day Adventists. So every year when we have this research conference, a local research is done and presented in order to provide a context within our local territory for our practices. And therefore, we looked at the anthropometry and dietary practice among selected church volunteers. This study was conducted December 2023, and the findings are as follows. So the rationale behind the study is that Seventh-day Adventists have been a focal interest group. It shows the positive link between religion, spirituality, health, and well-being, as noted in the National Geographic Blue Zone study, which found that Seventh-day Adventists make up a very few number of individuals who are not linked by geographic location, but by beliefs and practices that makes them healthier and live longer than other individuals. And as such, this study was done to see how well we correlate with the general accepted principle that Adventists are indeed healthier, but in a local context. That being done, the rationale states, does this fact correlate with the local population of Adventist leaders and volunteers? So we went ahead to see how we can accomplish the method. All participants in the study was screened in a clinical setting and volunteered to take part in this analysis. Each patient underwent a comprehensive examination, and findings and recommendations shared by medical practitioners. It's important that we know that all participants were seen and interviewed by a medical doctor and offered solutions. All right, the number of persons who were in the study was 146 persons. We had a lot more persons involved in the study, but these are the ones that consented to be involved for the data to be used, and therefore 146 responses. 70% were male and 82% were female. All right. So as we go through, this is the age distribution of persons present. We had from age 18 to age 78, with the two major population being between 50 and 68. So that's where our study was. We found that chronic illnesses among the participants, 62% had hypertension, 70% had diabetes. Then we had high cholesterol, SLE, asthma, and we didn't have anyone who participated in the study who had any issues with congenital heart failure, chronic heart failure. All right, so with that, the BMI was of interest. What we found that 42.9% were overweight, 25% were in the obese category, only 25% were normal. So what happened is that 75% of the person survey was above their recommended BMI for their height and their weight. We had no one that was under. All right, so 75% of the persons were over, either overweight, obese, or extreme obese, 7.1%. When it comes on to measuring the body fat, we use a particular machine or scale that was able to evaluate their body fat percentage, and we found that basically only 2% was lean in terms of their body fat percentage. 41% were standard, which is the majority, so they were in the okay range for for that which is normal. 40% was high and 50% was extremely high. And of course, that will correlate very well with the fact that we do have an issue with their BMI being overweight. So the visceral fat, that's the amount of fat that is around the abdomen, is important. We all know that when it comes on to indicators for lifestyle issues of diabetes and hypertension, the fat around the tummy is where the issues really lie. And we found that the visceral fat measurement was either high or extremely high. 35% for high and 45% for extremely high. Only 19 was in the standard range for visceral fat. Now, it must be stated that there must be a level of fat around the abdomen. It's important for our mesentery and the protection of our internal organs. So fat is okay around that region. It's just that when it's gone out of proportion, which we have found here in our study, that the visceral fat or waist circumference fat in the abdomen was extremely high or high in the cohort study. When it comes on to muscles, 54% was deficient in terms of their muscle mass percentage compared to their weight. Close to 4% was standard, and only about 3% were sufficient in terms of what is needed. So sufficient are those who are okay, they are physically lean, they're managing okay. Standard is just what happens normally when persons exists and they don't actually exercise or participate in any sports or carry out intermittent fasting. That being said, bone mass, we found that roughly about 4.2% of persons were deficient in terms of their bone mass. So their bone density had been decreased. 53% were sufficient, and that's good, and 42 was standard. As relates to water content, we found that 46% of them were deficient, 53% were standard, and only less than 1% was sufficient to be drinking enough water to sustain their bodily function. As it relates to their basal metabolic rate, that means the rate at which they burn food while at rest, 51% were 48% was below standard and 51% was standard. Nobody met the criteria to be sufficient in this study. And of course, once again, this would also correlate to the high BMI, because the basic metabolic rate is what our body burns when we're at rest. And the higher the BMI is, the more fat will be burned. And therefore, this correlates to what we are seeing. The waist to hip ratio, so 41% or for almost 42% of persons was over. That means their abdomen, their waist was basically greater than their hip, and therefore it's a cause for concern. 40 was standard. That means their ratio is between roughly 0.9 to 1 to 1. And we found that only 17% was excellent. That means the ratio was below 9, 0.9 to 1. And so therefore, we also measured the level of cholesterol, and we found that 67% was normal, and 28%, almost 29% were borderline, and roughly about 7%, 8% was in the high category. Those that were in the high category were persons who knew that they already had this condition, they had dyslipidemia, and a few persons discovered that they were high, and those were in the borderline because they were consuming a lot of cashew, and that was explained to them that their high intake of cashew may have led to their high cholesterol. They were advised to correct that measure. So they would buy the regular cashew nuts in the package that is sold commercially, and they will consume it saying that, oh, cashew is a good thing, but in fact, it led to their high cholesterol. Only 4 persons were tested randomly for their glucose. That's because a lot of the study that we were doing was geared towards the wellness side of it, and therefore those who were tested randomly, only 4, they were done because they had shown signs and symptoms of having diabetic changes, and that includes the darkening of the skin at the back of the neck and other signs of obesity. So when that was done, of the 4, 1 was found to actually be diabetic. This person did not know that they were diabetic, but when we tested them, their random was above 200. The repeat was also done the following day, and it correlated that the person was actually newly diagnosed diabetic from this study. However, our study focused on the more telltale sign of diabetes, which is normal, pre-diabetic, and diabetic, and therefore this required a fasting glucose test, and this is what this shows. So 170 respondents did their fasting glucose test. We found that only 40% or 39% was normal. 51% was in the pre-diabetic range, and we found a few 9% that was in the diabetic range. Most of these persons were already diagnosed with diabetes in this particular cohort. So the ones that were in the 51%, the pre-diabetic range, many of them didn't realize that they were in that range. And of course, counseling was offered to them, because pre-diabetic doesn't mean that you're diabetic. It just means that you're on your way, you're trending to that. And therefore, lifestyle changes were sufficient to correct. In fact, following this, somebody contacted me about 3 or 4 months after the study. After this was found that she was pre-diabetic, she made her lifestyle changes and has now reverted back to normal GMR readings. All right. As it relates to bowel action, of course, we believe strongly that bowel action is important, and we should actually go after every meal. That is what is ideal, but that's not normally what happens. So once a day is also very practical. It was good to find that the fiber intake of the persons within the study was sufficient for them to either go twice daily or once daily. So roughly 88% of the persons went on a regular basis, and this was a good result. We did have those who struggled with having it 2 or 3 times a week and once a week, and some persons didn't even see the bowel action. These persons were advised that they needed more fiber, and the one that did not see bowel action on a weekly basis was advised to seek further medical help in order to evaluate their condition. We were unable to treat or fully advise an individual within this clinical setting. Sleeping is also important. It's a very big indicator of one's wellness, and we found that the largest group actually had poor sleeping habits, getting 4 to 6 hours, and some getting less than 4 hours. So we combined those who are less than 4 and those 4 to 6. We ended up with having 52%, the majority of the persons having poor sleeping habits. 30% was in the good range for getting adequate rest for an adult. And then you had a few who were getting more than 9 hours, which is kind of excellent. That would also help with, of course, any brain, like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's or dementia. And then there were a group that were just seldomly getting sleep, but they suffer from insomnia, and they also were advised to seek further medical help for their insomnia. As well as exercise is one of the great indicators for long life and good health. And 50% of the persons actually did no exercise at all, and therefore put their health at risk. And some were just seldom. Others were 4 to 7 times a week, 20%. Some were just 2 to 3 times a week, and one was just once weekly. we do recommend that at least you should be walking 8,000 to 10,000 steps per day, or at least 30 minutes of walking every day. Every other day is also a possibility, but getting none at all will actually lead one to not be in their greatest health. And seeing that 50% of the persons had no exercise at all, it also explains why the BMI and the visceral fat was so high within this study. Physical activity per day, despite not exercising in a dedicated manner, majority of the persons did report that they did get some level of physical activity throughout their day, with only 30% saying that they were physically between 0 and 30 minutes per day in terms of physical activity. These persons reported that they normally have a sedentary lifestyle and their jobs are normally desk jobs. As related to sugary juice, we know that there's a very big push for the Ministry of Health right now to kind of cut out sugary drinks. 60% of the persons say that they had sugary drinks every single day, and so therefore they were advised that they may need to cut down the number of sugar that they're taking in, and that also can lead to the issue of fat deposit. So they were advised accordingly. 34% say they have no sugary drinks at all in their diet. This part of the study was kind of surprising, but it shows the reality of what's going on. As Seventh Adventists, we don't drink or smoke, but we do have members who struggle with this habit. So therefore, alcohol, we had 97% of persons who didn't drink alcohol, but there was a very small percentage of 2.3% that did drink alcohol still. Of course, we do have the Adventist Recovery Ministry that will also seek to alleviate and help them with this problem. As with smoking cigarettes or vape, or cigarettes in particular for this one, the vaping one was 100%. Nobody vaped in the study, but there was 0.8% of persons who smoked in this study. And therefore, it shows that there's need for this work of speaking about smoking cessation and no alcohol use within our church. All right, fast foods. 47% said they don't eat fast food at all, while a small group said they eat it every day or twice per week or 3 times per week, and 31% said they seldomly eat it, mainly on celebration occasion or when there's just nothing there else to eat. And of course, 16% say they eat it once per week. As relates to taking in fruits, whole fruit intake, 70% said they didn't take any at all, and 17% also said the same number said that they only have fruits once per week. 25% say it was seldom that they had fruits at all in their diet. Of course, a very small amount said none, 1.2%. So majority of the individuals who were surveyed didn't actually have enough fruit intake. 20% did say that they did it on a daily basis. Fruit intake is recommended at least once per day for the level of vitamin C that is needed. And of course, vitamin D is there, as well as the fiber. The last one is vegetable intake. And of course, 30% said none. 80% said seldom. 20% said once per week. So majority of persons did not have adequate vegetable intake. Vegetable intake is supposed to be at least twice per day if you have a 3-meal intake. What we found that persons' daily intake of vegetables was 23% and 20% for those who did 2 to 4 times per week. So based on what we found, despite having an emphasis on health and being included as a blue zone without geographic boundaries, making healthier lifestyle choices not the reality of the majority of individuals screened in this particular research. Further health education and screening needs to be provided to the local membership to encourage them to be healthier and happier. And of course, with all things that we do here at Central, this is our key and go-to text. Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospered. That, my friend, brings us to the end of this particular study. If you have any questions, you are now free to ask. And if not, I'm now going to go into how you can get your CME credits. So are there any questions? All right. That being said, for the yes, go ahead, Dr. Franson.
I think that was such an important little piece of presentation we did a while ago, which shows that our work was cut out for us. So these efforts, like these summits and other efforts of our church, etc., definitely needed.
Agreed, 100%, Dr. Franson. Completely agreed. All right. With that being said, there's another hand. Go ahead, Jacqueline.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Douglas, for your presentation. Very interesting. I had a couple of questions in regard to muscle mass. You talked about muscle mass in the group as a whole, but I'm really interested in hearing about the muscle mass in individual age groups, because generally as people age, muscle mass tends to decrease. So I just wondered if you looked at that, and if so, how does that compare in an Adventist group, versus the literature, what the literature says? Yes. That I think is one of the questions. Second question is, which age group had a deficient muscle mass? Because you mentioned deficiency in muscle mass. So I'm also interested in hearing about that. Thank you.
All right, so I didn't actually break down the muscle mass or any of the criteria in the study based on particular age group. It can be done. The data is there. I just did not aggregate it this way for this presentation. But based on the Blue Zone research itself, what the Blue Zone identified was not just Adventists. They actually named a particular location that they found the healthiest persons, which is actually Loma Linda, where they said that it's a mecca of health. And their muscle mass in that study was pretty high, even at age 80. I think if I remember, the average age in that study was 76 in that study. And their muscle mass was actually pretty high because of their high exercise routine in that area. I am trying to go back to the data just to see if I can quickly disaggregate that part of the study to better answer your question. Right. My internet is giving me a little bit of trouble. Right. So, So I'm trying to bring out the age group that was deficient in muscle mass. And the chronic illnesses, according to this, they were between 48 and 58, and the majority of the chronic illnesses were located. And going over to the muscle mass indicator at this time. So deficiencies were seen in actually ages 61 to 76. That age group showed deficiency in muscle mass.
Okay, thank you. And so as a follow-up question, apart from exercise, what can those individuals do to increase their muscle mass?
Exercise is probably the only way to strengthen one's muscle. You have to actually use it. We don't recommend for this group of persons that they go jogging. This is not something that they need to go and do, but going for a walk, swimming, if they can swim, is an excellent way to restore. And Dr. Franklin mentioned weight-bearing exercise. What they have found, not about this study or for the Blue Zone study, but in other studies I've read, that elderly persons who are past the age of 65, once they do start a weight-bearing exercise, even if it's just their own weight that they're trying to bear, do actually improve in muscle mass and can actually reverse some of the effects of aging. So weight-bearing exercises, but just going for walks and then getting up for a brisk walk, going for a swim. If you cycle, that is also very good because it actually involves the brain and balancing and basically all the muscles. And while we're at this clinical setting, I demonstrated to the individuals that they can actually share exercises that actually strengthen most of their major muscles. And this is important. I like your question because it actually brings out important points of what was shared with the audience that we did our study on. So we like to target for muscle mass and the major muscles, talking about your back, your chest, and your legs. And once you involve those major muscle group, you tend to have better health outcome. And I was explaining that one of the best ways to actually engage all those muscle groups at the same time, in what we call one's own weight-bearing exercise, would be to plank. And that was demonstrated during this session, that planking is actually a very good way of strengthening these muscles. So yes, the only way to get that muscle mass back up where it's supposed to be is actually to put them to work. That's the only way.
Okay, thank you. But does increasing protein intake have anything to do with this?
I didn't investigate the issue of their actual protein intake in this study, so I'm unable to correlate that to what we did. So I can't answer based on the study. But based on what Dr. Thomas presented earlier on the protein quality of beans, he did mention that what we need to survive is a small amount of protein. He mentioned about 30 grams. And previously in our discussion yesterday, in our afternoon study on obesity, we mentioned that what you need, if you get even a pound of beans, it comes out to about 3 pounds when you cook it, and you basically need only a small cup in order to be sufficient for the day. So once you get your protein intake, and protein is found in everything that we have, once you have a cell, you have a protein is there, that it is sufficient. But this study did not correlate their dietary intake for protein, just fruits and vegetables and sugary drinks.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Dr. Douglas, just to complement what you said, just our bodies are very efficient. And one of the things that our bodies do is, if you aren't needing a lot of the food that you eat, if you aren't needing a lot of it, it just goes right out as the draft, the excretion of stools. As you improve in demanding protein, etc., your body actually pulls more protein out of the food that you're already eating, rather than making so much of it go out to the feces. And so you get a more efficient digestion based upon it. Your body is a very efficient energy sparing mechanism. It actually, you have enough protein usually and enough fat usually in your diet. And because you loss of muscle mass, it's called sarcopenia. You will reverse sarcopenia if you start to do things like walking up the hill, walking down the hill. As Dr. Douglas said, using your own weight as a weight bearing thing. But also if you have groceries and grocery bags, divide them in 2 bags and not just carry them alone, but do a few things, be become like a little child sometimes and do some fun knee bendings and curls and so on, like you are a gladiator or something. Make life interesting every day. And you'll be surprised to see how the muscles respond and they will get more protein out of the food that is already there and really get a better ratio of muscle to the rest of the soft tissue mass. And you will have a lot less problems, and you will find that it's easier also to lose weight when you have more protein in the form of muscle. It's easier also to lose weight and to keep your weight. So as I saw Dr. Douglas and Dr. Vigilance, I saw a very interesting thing on the social media over the weekend. You remember Dick Van Dyke, the great movie actor? Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, Mary Poppins, and all of those things. He's 98 now. And he attributed his age and his vitality to going and to the gym 3 days a week and working out at 98 years old. So that's just a fantastic thing. It impressed me very much. I hope it impresses you too.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frankson. All right, so this brings to the end of our research conference for 2024. We're very, very happy that you have been here and that you have participated, that you have gathered information. On your screen is the QR code that you need to scan to receive your CME and CEO credits. Once you scan the code, you'll be taken to an evaluation. The evaluation will be sent to the Medical Council of Jamaica for their assessment. And then the credits will be awarded thereafter. Your email is also being collected, so therefore the certificate will be sent to your email, and you will then use that if you are a nurse or you are a medical practitioner. For those who have other profession, you may need to check with your local government body if they accept NCJ or MCJ, so NCJ or MCJ CEU accreditation. That being said, just scan the code for those on YouTube. For those here, the code is actually inside of the chat on the Zoom. Thank you very much for being a part of our research conference, being a part of all that we do. And we look forward to continued growth and development as we seek to educate our members. We did discuss TAPR yesterday when I shared the celebration, the importance of positive mindset and making healthy choices. You can rewatch that program. It came on at 11 o'clock yesterday for Sabbath discussion when we looked at the issue of mindset. It has been a comprehensive weekend, starting from Friday night with our Vesper service with Dr. Frank Genius. And of course, we transitioned into the Adventist Health Professional Association doing our morning discussion. Then we heard from the Ministry of Health, and of course myself, and of course Dr. Edwards from Northern University. Then in the afternoon, we heard from Dr. Frankson as we review the history and we look forward to the future. And then for AY discussion, we looked at obesity, hypertension within the young. We looked at exercise, vegetarianism, and STIs. And therefore, all these programs are available for rewatching once again if you missed them, for the information gathered and shared. And then today, our research conference. So I do thank you all. We thank our keynote speaker and one of the presenters, Dr. Martin Frankson, for his contribution. We thank NCU for providing the plethora of research that was shared today. We thank the University of West Indies, especially the Department of Research, for their sharing the issue of protein content of legumes and the importance for its consumption. And those from the National Research Council, we do give you thanks. And of course, a presenter from Curtin University in Australia for being a part of our research conference. Thank you for making it a success. And based on the time, I will apply back to both the Nursing Council and the Medical Council for the appropriate hours. Do have a wonderful afternoon. Let us just bow your heads as we pray. Our Heavenly Father, we are grateful to you, thankful for opportunity to share in research that guides and governs our health. We ask that you continue to be with us. May indeed your work, Health Ministries, grow forward, and that we accept that you wish above all things that we prosper and in health, even as our soul prosper. We thank you for all the presenters, all the speakers, all the persons that have participated, the committee members that helped in the planning of this wonderful weekend. And we ask for your continued guidance. We pray in his name, amen and amen. All right, thank you very much. Do have a wonderful day, and make sure you scan the QR code for your CAU and CME credits. God bless you.
Thank you, and God bless you.